What up?
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare for your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask Tariq Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Fishing. Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people.
Revolve. Let me see. What's up with the people? Hope all is well. Man. Got to be messing everything up. I don't be tripping though. I just be listening. Just to see how well informed your argument is. Listen to this, dude. And I thought Wu would have something better to say about the S that they're trying to act like they wouldn't use the S. Watch how easy I do this, bro. That he told y'all to go look at the text, right? Y'all can't read Meta Nature. He told y'all to go look at the text and see how much space. See, they always do this. And it'd be a lot to talk about. If you talk to somebody who don't know the text, you could say something like that. And so let me explain this. Space is just one of the reasons why certain glyphs would be omitted. And I don't even think it would be one of the main reasons. But sometimes glyphs are omitted for other reasons that ain't just spatial concerns. Like you find enough space sometimes when weak consonants fall off, it ain't spatial. Sometimes they just won't write. They might just omit it. So the argument doesn't hinge on it not being enough space. The argument is more or less, and what is about to be proven right here, is that when this artisan not an artisan, I don't think it was a drawing, but when this scribe wrote this same text. So here we got another instance in the text where he's referring to a land, two lands, to say they, them. And you see it says it right here, but that's why they got a question mark again. Because they like talking about as it approaches, that don't make sense. So look at this, let me show you. This is the same exact text, and we can indeed look at the primary. They're talking about the two banks right here. Right? The two is more than one. Two is plural. That's what I should have said. Right? So when they refer back to the two banks, they use a plural term. Yet in the text, in the same position, just like the other text, when referring back to the location, they just put an S. So read why the scholars here have a question mark for the two banks of the Nile as it approaches. Because they know the two banks of the Nile aren't represented with the it. But this is the same text. And this is another they, because it's talking about the two banks. Unless the two banks are singular. So as it approaches ain't working for them. It's probably as we approach them or as they are approached. But this is in the same text. And so I don't know. I'll be wondering if cats be just saying stuff that they had not looked at. Because also in the same text, then they tried to switch to another term that ain't Sankh. Because the TL archers is knocking them down, right? So they tried to switch to another term about protection. But we talking strictly about Sankh. And you can search it for yourself to see if what people say is true. Come to the text corpus, put an S, an N. Just put an S, actually. SANX, right? You click this, and it's going to take you to the first text that ever used. The first is going to take you to the dictionary entries. You look at the one you're looking for. You're not looking for a sculptor or these other terms. You're more or less looking for to flourish, to make live. I mean to nourish. I didn't mean to say flourish. To make live. 384 attestations, right? I went through all of these all the way up until the 18th dynasty when this term seems to have been found with an expanded semantic range to mean more than what it initially meant, just like all terms like that. But I'm not going to go through this again. But just know, people saying you can Sankh nations and do all of this stuff, yo, you can do that at later time periods, like I said. And if we're trying to see what something meant 400 years prior to when you find it meaning that, you have to look at the data. Every attestation before the 12th dynasty is either Sa'ankin, an individual, that individual's name, or a natural root. There's no way around it. It's you Sa'ank people. You bring life to people. Now, you're going to be able to say that's not true later because you ain't even looked through it yet. But you're going to say later, you're going to cite all kind of texts from later in history. I'll accept that. That, yeah, it became to mean that at a later point in time. But just like Kemet lost, even the scholars say Kemet lost its original meaning and connotation. Sir Sonoran said that. So this can happen. Words can lose their original connotation and be expanded, but all of these attestations up until the one that we are talking about, Sa'ank is for living entities, natural root, and the name of someone who is deceased that they want to live on. Like, it's hard to get around that. Now, in order to get around it, they have to go to texts 400 years after that. And I'm just have to point that out. I just got through building on the show with Asar Imhotep. It was good to be able to talk to them about that stuff, because all that hiding ain't gonna work. That I ain't coming on your show because of yo this type of that. Nah, it ain't happening like that over here. We got information to talk about. All right? So again, I'm not going over this again. I just want to get to the one that we're talking about. It's a phrase that you'll learn about when reading ancient Egyptian texts, Sa'ank. Right? But I mean, it took up half of my show yesterday and the day before to show people that, nah, every text we found. And then we're going to talk about how Kemet entered the lexicon, because cats be evasive with their answers. Right? So we had Tutmosis, and they still haven't started Sa'anking anything else. But I think we passed up the text that we was trying to look at. And I just want to show it. Peace to the chat. I see y'all in the building. Probably be not that long of a show unless somebody, unless we get it popping. But this still 17th Dynasty. I'm going to just go back 2 pages. And we found the first time, it was in the Amenhotep. Amenhotep the third or the second was the first to. Now here goes Senroset, the first. And the actual text that we've been talking about should be popping up. It's right before this. But he's Sa'ank the Raketi in that same text, it appears. That's the Stella of Mentuhotep. No, or so we going too far. No, we won't send her Rosette the second. Or it says you only having the people in Kemet in one papyrus text. Nah, he messed that up. That's what I'm saying. He messed that up. And when I asked how many times they had Kemet with the N23 glyph, Asar referred me to his book. So I asked, was it the book that I got? And it wasn't. So now I got to get another book to find out how many N23 glyphs is there. I mean, how many attestations they got of it with the N23 glyph. And I don't mind supporting at all. But I'm like, you can't just open the book and show me. So this is the one. Now, it's a few things to notice, because in this text it says Sa'ank F. Kemet. Now they keep arguing that Kemet is a toponym. So this is why we have to pay attention to other things when we watch this show. We need to pay attention to time period and periodization. And a question that I asked that I don't think was answered, I know Asar know the answer to this. I asked, if Kemet doesn't enter the lexicon as a toponym, how are we limiting the semantic range of this term here to a toponym if there's nothing in the term to indicate that it's a toponym? Furthermore, everything I told you guys about this grammatical construct that no one's addressed before I said it, that you don't Sankh F, he does not bring life to a city. They're going to start doing that years later, 4 families later, maybe 4 dynasties later, 5, 6, maybe 6 dynasties later, if you think about it. Right? So we are forced to look at this, even though I got a people as a toponym. So let's see if there's some logic behind that, because that means we should not find Kemet with no other options. Nothing is forcing us to say that this is toponymic. And it's not only the term Sankh, but this term Shenu. Troubles and needs. Y'all, when we go through the text, it's 15 occurrences. Let's see if they talking about a nation's troubles or needs or a people's troubles or needs. Like for real, you just got a trip. If all of the words surrounding it is references to people, it says which separates the calamity from before the bull, that which makes those in darkness tremble. All right, so right here, they probably, I don't think they're using it for the same thing they was using there, but I'm looking at the term that precedes it. Let me see. So they got this for separate. Whereas they still saying that this means, well, where's that in the calamity? From before the bull. So it was used to say calamity from for a bull. It's probably the sickness and sorrows as we look through from the people. Because it says sickness and sorrow, we'd be driven away from the people. There we got Shinu and Riketi. See, this got to do with people too. This is troubles of the people. Let's see when they say, now they say Baku in Adebu, or they say Bak in Ek Edebwe. And they translate the 2 banks will work for you. Bak is a worker. In Ek. So work, they have work for you. Yeah, you know, the 2 banks. Y'all see, even the other term, Shinu, is referring to these people here, Riketi. Right? Because it's distress of humans. Now here go the same one. Look, the 3rd time. So here's something to note. The 3rd time this term was used in the text corpus was in the text of scrutiny. So this is what I be saying, how they be forming conclusions on what a word mean when this the 3rd time it was used. All we got is the 2 prior texts to go off of. Right? They start arguing against it. I said, how do we know it's not a demonym? I don't disagree with you that I would argue that it could be one. I wouldn't say that it couldn't be a location that come from some people's name. You know what I'm saying? That's a possibility. But in my hypothesis, I don't argue that. I argue that it come from the, it had to do with the cattle and stuff, and then the people came after that. But look, we're scrutinizing the second term, the one that had the S amended to it. And this is also sorrows of the people. Let's see when these sorrows are attributed to an entire nation. So they're acting like that's happening here, but since we do not have a determinative for a nation here, for a country determinative, a town determinative, all you got is people. You can't just change it because you want to. You got to read it how, and we'll show why when we look at the other occurrences of this popping up. So let's look at the fourth time they used in the text corpus, shinu, right? It is to remove the removal of disease. So they like getting your troubles out. They're using it as to influence, namely the influence of a dead person. I think we know that they talking about people when they talk about disease. Here's another. Now, this can't be wrong. It is the removal of an illness. They gonna remove an illness from a nation, I guess. Maybe in the 12th dynasty. All right, here goes one. He who has been without sorrow, that's still a human. He who has been without sorrow on earth. They're not saying they're going to remove the sorrow from the land. It clearly says he who has been without sorrow on earth is one who has spent his life in peace. Is that about the land or about a person? Golly. I don't know how easy this be. It appears easy to me to understand this. All right, here go one, the same one. Then let them do the same for you so that sick sorrow may be driven away from the people, and so that the two banks will work for you. So they driving something away from the people so that the people of the two banks can finally do some work. They ain't gonna say let's drive it away from the two banks. Right? Here's another one. The people. Shinu im recheti. Right? Behold, my request is like that of one who is in distress. That's a person in distress. When he exists in distress, like existing in distress. Man, they're going to tell you this can happen to a building, y'all, or a country. Now, since it's not a lot of attestations to this word in the text corpus, you're going to see how quickly one just got boxed up. Look, he who was on the earth without sorrow. So again, the sorrow is about he. If you think the sorrow is about the earth or even some country or something, then you mistranslate the text. Is this clear to everybody watching about this term we're looking at? Shinu? Let's look. Male and female spirits of the dead, adversary, any malevolent influence of a god or goddess, disease, demon, or disease shall have no power over him. Okay? So they're talking about people. Let's see if it ever, we almost at the end of the use of this term in the text corpus. So let's see if it's ever going to refer to a nation. But the rich, powerful woman suffers. You see how easy this is, Asar? That's why they call us TL archers. Ha! They got mad. TL archers are going at TLA and whip out them arrows and doof, 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 doof. Is this clear or am I overstating it? I can't be overstating it. Everyone's seen every rendition of the use. We're now in the Ptolemaic period. See, this when they try to bring you back with something mean way about the time period. And then be like, look, it mean that. But if y'all are clear, but the rich, powerful woman suffers sorrow in the nights when she is left alone, the term shinu here refers to her suffering. All right? All right? It's not ever going to refer to a nation. And I only got a few more texts left, but we all in the Hellenistic times. So I don't care what it referred to now. But it still ain't going to refer to a nation. The grief of Isis now expresses itself thus: my husband with whom, near whom shall I dwell, sit. Is this clear? Asar, help me out. Maybe I need to keep going. We're going to go to the end of them. They're going to have one. Let's see if they got one. You shall protect it from all evil in heaven. Now, right here is the evil, the Shinu. All evil, new pet. Yup. So this text, when Cleopatra, Cleopatra the seventh, is the first time you could ever see, and that's heaven. That's not a nation. And they called it evil. They changed the term from being sorrow. Now it means evil. Man, this is crazy. Let's see if this is the last one. That's the last one. So what did we just look at? We just looked at the terms, the two terms that are surrounding. They always say you want to look at the grammar. We could talk about the grammar, but we also need to just strictly do the philology. Look at the text. Look at the terms that surround it. Look at how they use these terms. Now, so look, this is the term before it, Sankh NF, Sankh F, to bring life to. In every instance up until this time period, they brought life to people. And this is the term after it to mean distress. And in every time period, and in no instance did they ever take away a nation's, a country's, or a polity's distress. They always took away distress from the people. So what about the grammar of this sentence do you have to make you think that this Kemet is toponymic? It's easy for y'all to see. That's why they started to put up a protest against the TLA. I know when I'm cooking. That's like saying, man, I hate producers who use the MPC. The MPC don't make no beats. The TLA do not do research. You could go to the TLA and never learn nothing. You act like you could just touch the TLA and now you know. So let's be clear. Also, the scholars agree with us, but they contradict themselves by doing so. Because in parentheses, they put the inhabitants of, which lets you know the scholars know that this is referring to people. But they contradicted their own grammar unless they're going to say that this is a Kemetu. It doesn't have to be a TU verb for this to be a TU, but they didn't transliterate it as a Kemetu. So therefore, you should not read it inhabitants of. They're just trying to not read the word black and then say people. Right? Yeah, that's why they get mad. Shout out to Daniel Hayru. Salute to you. And everybody else who can see this clearly. We just went through every rendition of this term that was right after the Sankh. Not right after, because then he did something else. So, to dispel, to drive away. But that's not really that, because he's driving away their distress. So, as we see in the text corpus, once we got all the way up to, we looked up the term Shinu, and never once do they drive away the distress of a nation, of a city. This right here is some people. Man, I think I hate to be arguing against this argument. Now about this S, I just showed y'all another instance of it in the same text when they referring back to land that's in plural, so you know they have to use a they or a there. You can't say it don't work. You say the two banks when it approaches. No, the two banks when they approach it, or when you approach them. That means this S right here, as we see, they translated. So their argument is the scholars in the TLA took liberties. And then the Master Wu said, I want y'all to look at the primary text and look how much space they got. I never argued that it's omitted on space. And watch me demonstrate again. Watch this, y'all. Come down here. Text synthesis number 27, right? Now, what I need y'all to do is go through all these texts before y'all start speaking on them and telling other people to go through. Because when I come straight to where it's at, it be making cats look crazy. Like, ain't no way you can fake knowing what some shit is at. So look, there go your other S. Right there. Now these lands are plural, we clearly see. It's two banks, and we say adeb we, right? Yeah. So that's plural. Yet they use the same S to refer back to approaching them. And the scholars is like, what's up with this as it approaches? Well, they're translating the to, the directional to, as an as. But if we know the grammar, we know that this is a directional to. So to approach them. Or, you know what I'm saying? To the approach. Not as it approaches. And this S is used the same exact way the S to say they, them, or their is used in the same text 2 pages earlier. So you don't really got no argument, man. Now, I asked my brother a question and he said no. And I didn't know if he wanted to say no so authoritatively. But I just was being cool smash because I got my own show. Now here goes the same text 2 pages earlier. So now it's argued in this instance, right, that it's argued in this instance that because you see it in juxtaposition with the red right here, that then that gotta be a toponym. But they ain't even analyzed that. So look at this. Let me show you something. You see the red right here and the black right there? This say black and got people behind it. This say red got a flamingo and some land behind it. Why don't you read what they want you to read? Stop messing it up. This say black and got people behind it. This say red got a flamingo and some land. So we know the flamingo is a determinative for red. Therefore, we go to the second determinative. They talking about a country right there. In the second one, the top one, you can't change it. Now, so we see this is the same text. Let's go down to the one with the S, right? Right here. Sinu S. I argue that this is a Sinu sin, and this artist, the scribe chose to write it that way. The same reason why he chose to write it that way on the final page. I mean, what can you say if it's like that in another place on the text? It's hard to argue against. See? Wow. It's talking about the land. You know that adebwi is plural. You even see the do right here. So how are you going to refer back to that with an it? That's not that hard. Now here goes a sin right here. And so somebody going to say, well, why do they got to sin sometimes? Well, sometimes there's one instance where they wrote it and didn't put the S. And they just got an N. And the scholars say that the S is off of there. And that I hope it's in that same text. My memory is telling me that might be a different text. But let's look for that. And so everything ain't so rigid, and we gotta stop being so authoritative. My hypothesis ain't been debunked yet. Think about that. It's still working. Every monkey wrench they try to throw in there, it don't work. All right. So we just in the TLA, but y'all know I can show y'all this at other sources, and I will. Something I mentioned earlier was one of these I got open. This over here. So I talked about how if we go read this book, we're going to start hearing about Garab, and so cats be hella funny because when I mentioned this other Kim that ain't nobody even analyzed but the archers, now they're going to start talking about it. It's going to be whole shows on it. This Kimu with the divinity, the one-seated man with the question marks, I can show you this in other places. The scholars question which type of Kim this is. Matter of fact, I got the text on that too because I'm just in the screenshot nowadays, right? So you see it says Kahun Papyrus. It's better that I'm getting my screenshots up because I can pull up everything I'll be talking about way quicker. You can clearly see here, and I'll show you in more instances, but you can see right here, they don't know what this means. They got a question mark and he's not defining it. Y'all see that? Kimu. Now, what did Serge Sonoran say? He said if they wanted to say blacks or one who's black, they would say Kimu. Right? What did Jonathan Winterman say? He said if they wanted to say black people, they'd say Kimu. Right? But he hadn't seen any renditions of it. So watch how this works. Because the scholars, because you can't find this in the TLA or the text corpus, everybody called me a TLA alien, but you can't find this in there. But why ain't nobody brought it out? All the books, everything. It's really only a few things this can mean. Because the divinity at the end of it takes away your option of translating this as complete. Like the scholars tried. So then, I never like to take things away from the scholars because I get into the same conundrums as they get into when trying to figure out things that they're trying to figure out. And so I see why they went the route they went, but they put a question mark to say, we don't know what this means. So if we go to their translation of the text, you're going to see how really bad of a translation it renders. Right? Now look at this. I'm going to read the whole thing because when we go into the danger room, we was reading this from the primary, and even it was inconclusive to us. But I had to go further, do more research to show that this is inconclusive to the scholars, and they cannot render a proper translation making this say what they completed. Now look, there was a question given to them, so I can show y'all the text too. Maybe. Given to them payment for it, right? So that's a bad translation already. There was question mark given to them payment for it. One zay garment makes 6 katim. One thet garment makes 4 katim. One ox makes one katim. 8 cords make, a question mark, make 4 katim, totaling 15 katim. Then they say, long live the king, if the days are complete, adding day to day, then I have taken the payment. That is their translation. Seriously? Then they say, long live the king, if the days are complete, adding day to day, then I have taken the payment. Now, I can't front. When we started reading this, they are talking about taking the payment at the end. So it make it seem as if you need to start messing up the glyphs in the way they do. And if the days are completed, I'm about to illustrate how bad this is. So please, if y'all like this type of content, pay attention, right? Because I'm going to pull this text back up. Where it go? So here go all the counts that they was just counting. The katim, right? That's just them seals or whatever, right? So here's long live, sawa. Now, we could go into the dictionary and see, do you sawa a nation or a polity too? You're normally always going to sawa the king or something. Long live the king. See, there is certain type of things that you do. So this says sawa pa. Long live the. Hold on. If we got sawa pa haka, long live the ruler. So let's go look at the translation, and I'm about to just illustrate, man, we do homework. We ain't tripping. We know when stuff is wrong. Watch this. They say, long live the king. Now let me shorten this so we can see both of them at once. Can I open this in a different? I gotta minimize this one. All right, now we'll see them both left to right. Now we really could get it. Now look. So I need y'all to see this. This sawa on this text is long live. You see the sawa over here? Or maybe I could get my colors out and we really could cook. Hold on, what happened? Nope, I can't do the colors. So I will make it back big. And this ain't on the part of the Kahun Papyrus that y'all be talking about. By the way. He tore the papyrus in two, or the papyrus, one was found in the Kahun, but the other one was left in like Gerbron, but I think he said, I can't remember. I have to read the book over. He didn't tear it, but he separated them so they would not be confused by people, right? So we're going to look for the sawa again. Here it is. Sawa, over in the text it says, long live the king. Here's the word the, ha. Next we see haka, right? And notice on this haka, they just wrote the heck, it looks like, but the A is there. But anyway, haka. Now one thing I need y'all to notice, because this is what I need y'all to notice, and stop playing with me. And this is something I'm teaching too. Because people ain't noticed this in Egyptology, nor have my very astute counterparts noticed this. When they use haka for the ruler, and they put a divinity, see, this isn't the normal, see, there go a normal seated man right here, right? That's Gardner A1. That's just say Amen. That's probably a person named Amen or somebody, yeah, you know. Anyway, right here they use it a divinity. But this is just a ruler. Now, if we go look over here, it says the king. So let's say that if this was a determinative for the king, we're going to have some issues here. But first, let me show you the first issue. And I'm illustrating this. Like other shit, people just be talking. If this was a condition, this everybody who really know the grammar know that this is not a conditional statement right here. You might think it's one. If you don't, see, the whole thing is this translation was done before the advances on ancient Egyptian grammar. So what you should be noticing is the anomaly that they're using a divinity for this king, right? And that the scholar is going to mess up and put a conditional statement here. I can use this one because it's highlighted, right? And he's going to say, if the days are completed. Bruh, let's look at this. This isn't if. If would be just simply this I and this R right here. You'd be able to get if, right? Watch what happens when you go to a dictionary or go to the text corpus and put core ear, which the scholar didn't do, so he rendered this as a conditional statement, if the days are completed. And then he put a question mark. Well, I can help him with that. That ain't right. First thing we need to point out is, by all primary sources, core ear is not if. And we're going to look at this real quick. I'm just going to go to the old TLA because that's when I researched it back in the day. So it's going to pop right up in the TLA. Well, XR. There it go, core ear. See? Now, when I click this, it ain't going to say if. It's even, if it's not an option for this. See? So the mistake he's making, if I put IR in here, if will pop up. But do you see core ear? Now let's go back to the text. Really, I'll be cooking and cats on the wrong side of history and they mad, but I'll be cooking. Watch this. Don't you see core ear? Everybody see it. It's just written straight out. But right here, this one is this core, the is on top of the R sound, then the I, and then the R. Core ear. This does not mean if, meaning you should not render this as a conditional phrase. So if the days are completed should not be your sentence because it's not conditional. So let's keep going. And here are your options. If you want it to be qualified, right? If you want your work to be qualified by the renderings of other texts, the way that this term is used in other texts, they say, and then, but after that, therefore, or as. Now, if we go back to this text, we're going to see something clear that it has to be as. It don't have to be as because I can't say anything definitive, right? But this is just an analysis that Cat's been slipping on. Because when we scroll over here, let's look at our options and then we're going to see. What we're rendering a translation for is, I didn't mean to do that. What we're rendering a translation for is this core ear. And our options are, and then, but, or I can make this smaller, yeah. And just go like this. Can I get up the text though? And the options are, and then, but after that, therefore as. But it says, long live the king now. I'm going to just say something that it don't even go with in my hypothesis as black people, but it's about to teach you something that you don't got to be rigid like that. And I'm not going to render this improperly. First, I wanted to show that the scholars, at least the last text that had translated it that I found, somebody probably got an updated version of this side of the Kahun Papyrus, but I don't, right? And so look, if he's going to long live the ruler and then Kimmel, now, what is Kimmel and who is Kimmel? Kimmel ain't complete because of a divinity right here. Let's just knock that out the park. Look, there's a divinity right here and a papyrus roll, but there's also a divinity inside of the shinu for the ruler. So we see the ruler in his category is equated to Kimmel categorically. Right? Yeah, I know. I think when we worked on this, we thought it had something to do with that count above. But then after further analysis and looking at what the scholars rendered, I'm saying, hold on now. The way that they say it being completed don't make no sense. And I just proved that they translated if as a fake, a messed up unconditional. This ain't a conditional statement. But look at this rendering. Long live the ruler as Kimmel. See? Now you got a reason why this has a divinity as well as this. If Kim E, let's be clear, if Kim E is Osiris, right? Kim U is not a name for Osiris, but we have to entertain the real things. We can entertain complete here. We definitely have. Let me show you why complete is a very good argument. Because there's a count going on right here. And they were tallying up things that are for sale. And then a payment is going to be made. Right? But that misled us to thinking that the rest of this text ain't talking about people, which is doing. As you see right here, where it says reach, and they keep on talking about people. But nevertheless, you can't force this one and act like this Kim U, even though it is plural. It could be looked at as plural or not. But it's not. It doesn't have anything for a collective here, right? 3 strokes of a collective. Nor does it have anything to make us think that this Kim U should be looked at other than one a singular entity. Huh? But it's there though. Now let's keep going with the translation, because if, oh man, hold on, that's some other stuff. If you want to say, no, that just means complete, I would just want to hear how you render it, because the scholars, they got question marks. And we talk about that. Now, let's look what they said. They said something that don't make no sense. Look. The king, if the days are completed, adding day to day, then I have taken the payment. Come on, man. Long live. No, this is a different one. So this is the other one I wanted us to look at. And this is the one after tickle the payment right here. The payment. And so now he's unclear on what this means, and this will be hard for us to trip off too. So just know it's 2 Kimmels here, and now we're looking at the other one. But it's still written the same way, because the other one's down here. Check it out. See, this was the one I started looking at. So what I need y'all to notice is you see this pa, the, ruler, as, kimu. Well, we got another pa after this one. The day. And then now, so it's like the 7th day or the 6th day. If that's a single stroke next to the sun, then it's like the 6th day. And then it's like Ra in the, and I don't even, I don't want to say that is something that it ain't. Right? So that is a complete, but what we see is that's a complete different Kimu down there. And they're going to continue to keep on talking about the people here too. But nevertheless, I don't want us to say that this Kimu, before this analysis is done, I need to show y'all something else. And while now this is the one, the ruler as Kimu these days. And it's like, this is the part that they get hard on, and they think to say something about consecutive days. They say adding day to day. That don't make no sense. Because they got both translations. Here go the second one. They say both of them say long live the 6 days are completed. See, man. That is not the 6 days are completed. If you think that this right here is the 6 days are completed, what happened to his conditional if in the second translation? Yep, if the 6 days are completed. So if y'all think that this says if the 6 days are completed, oh, this ain't the one with 6 days. Dang, I keep going back and forth. Then let's debate. Now I can't say, I didn't come here to say that this was a Kimu that mean black people, but I want you to see something, right? Because we do research. So we went, when the good brother PhD linguist sent me this text for my next book, I had to do my own work. I ain't gonna just take his work and put it in my book without having other work to put on top of it to show you what I did with it. So what he did was this. Now we beating the brakes off y'all. See, let me show you why. Because the scholar linguist PhD said, smash, go and throw this in your next book. What I want y'all to see here is the analysis we doing is top level, top tier. They can't get around it. You want to know why? Because here go Haka with the divinity, right? Being as Kimu. And they want you to think that this got something to do with complete. So guess what you do? You go look, well, no, you don't do that. You just look at something somebody sends you in your email. Like, check this out. Now, what you need to pay attention to is Haka with the divinity and Kimu with the divinity. Right? Because this is going to trump their argument when we go back to that same coffin text. Now look here. We got Haka going down in columns, all of the columns, with a divinity. And guess what we got corresponding with the divinity? What appears to be that we can reconstruct a Kimu here. Going off the work of Kurt Seth, who says that this is a Uchik here in column 2, which would give us Kimu with the divinity. And 3 strokes. So now you're dead. Well, it doesn't have the 3 strokes of the collective. Well then, if in this text, it can be proven that the artists, the scribes who wrote this text, these texts, thought Kemet to be the same as Khemu, then we got attestations. I mean, we have an attestation that offers more clarity between this Haka Kor Ir Khemu these days. Now, it makes perfect sense to say the ruler as Khemu these days, if you're willing to accept Khemu to have something to do with Osiris. But that ain't my ultimate. That works almost the most. Meaning if you had to do a paper on this and you had to pound out the theory that works the most, this would have something to do with the ruler being like Osiris these days. Khemu. Because this ain't plural. But this other one, gives us evidence that Khemu can be seen as all of the people we call Egyptians, and therefore is proving that Kemet is rooted on the term Kim for blackness, right? And it ain't its own word, Kemet. It's a derivative of Kim. And another way to say it would be Khemu. It also proves it refers to the people in a divine state. Am I like, I don't know. I just looked at the screen real quick. I see all kind of stuff that people probably don't understand. And so I just had to step back like, how much of that don't y'all understand? Or how much of this is seeable? Because when you start learning something, you get the curse of you already know it. So you might not be able to explain it the best because it's too much you already know about it. Is it clear enough to at least see? I know if I was trying to watch my show to see if I was slipping or not, I know exactly what I'll be doing. I'll be looking really hard at these glyphs to see if something don't repeat in the manner or something. But everything doing what it's supposed to be doing. So it's not my argument that this right here in this Kahun Papyrus, we haven't definitively defined what it means. But we need to be real about it. It's talking about some entity that's divine, and the king seems to be as him in these days. And so, now this is funny, here go another Sa'ankh. And who they Sa'ankhing? Sa'ankh Pen Met. Sa'ankh Pen Met. This is, they bringing life to, what is that Met? They're bringing life to, and that's, I guess this is the hidden. Because with this, I would get a different way to write Amen, but I don't know if people know about that. Could be another term entirely. Normally, when you hide the seated man under that, it will be Gardner A5. But this could be another way to say that. But anyway, so we should look at that. I'm going to open the link, put the link up. It's been an hour. And if anybody want to build. But what did we look at? We looked at Sa'ankh again to prove that ain't nobody Sa'ankh in no whole nation. Then we looked at the term around it. And they never, ever took away the distress from anything but some people. But they want y'all to believe Kemet is a toponym when they use it right there. I don't even get it. I won't be convinced. Only when y'all logic start to be logicking.
Recording in progress.
The logic is not logicking. Let me see.
Recording stopped.
I don't need to record. I'm putting up an invite link. Feel free to join. Come on, man. Sa'ankh, the ground. Y'all reading Late Egyptian. This Middle Egyptian. Oh, my bad, James. I didn't see what you said. Oh. This is hella funny. I'm just looking at the chat. Chat got me rolling. Hit the link though. Come on and teach us about a Threbus and that other Kemet. Teach us about a Threbus. Come on. I'll make a beat. You don't teach us about a Threbus. So if they don't use these terms talking about something, and then this is the easy one. Like, I don't even know how you gotta look into this. You gotta look into this? Bro, I made an easy claim. Everybody will tell y'all there's only this many attestations to Kemet, saying now why they said black people. And messed up on the second attestation. So there's no way in the world that you can argue that this attestation is toponymic, even with the 049. They're not talking about a toponym here. They're talking about some people. Hold on, I'm about to share it. What's up with the saw? Let me get this thing out of here.
Cass is trying to remix and reword and jump around with this, that, and the third.
Yeah.
I'm just looking. They trying to hold up everyone. They trying to just abrogate what's going on. Even their attestations are coming from the Ptolemaic era. So you're pretty much out of dynastic Egypt. It's funny, man. It's just funny business. Just say black. It's okay to say black. Europeans have said it. Every scholar they brought on said it, except for one. She said it in a letter later to you. Just say black. I wanted to look in E.A. Wallace Budge's dictionary to see what he had to say, to see if he mentioned something about black.
Yeah, I know. They also keep ignoring. I mean, he really said today, we yet to find individuals calling themselves Kim. I was like, are you serious in the chat? I didn't even type nothing. I just was like, so you got to say that we ain't found no individuals calling themselves Kim? Maybe you ain't seen my shows.
He couldn't have, because the information that they're using is all we've already covered it.
Yeah, he ain't been watching my show.
That's why I'm like, when he brought up the Dishret argument, I'm like, you do know we found that under Kemet already. You know we found the red crown under Kemet, and you should pull that up again.
Pull up
just
what?
So
Pull up what?
Where it called the Red Land or the Red Crown Kemet.
Yeah, that's in there in the TLA too. I will.
They forget that he didn't see that show at all. He said Brown was Dishret. I'm like, generally it falls under
Who
Kemet.
said Brown was the shred?
Ujau.
Oh man, that's a mess up.
I said you ain't watching the shows, man.
Nah, in the TLA they got a brown substance called Kim.
Yeah.
Kim. It's brown.
Yeah, he running with Ptolemaic information right now. They trying though. They trying. You gotta remix it for they click so they can have a foot to stand on. But I'm glad they concede in the argument for the most part. I'm hearing, yes, Kemet this. They just kind of trying to sneak stuff in occasionally.
Yeah, I know, but this the thing. Some people was trying to argue Kemet the black cattle don't mean black cattle, it just mean cattle. And I'm like, here y'all go with that Ptolemaic late period shit. Yeah, at a late period, they probably called Kim a cattle. But in the earliest times, you would like to translate black cattle. Like, why are they doing that?
Right. It's crazy. like one of these. You had pulled up one of these here, and it said it has to be the people.
Oh, it was just that next one. I mean, yeah, but it was this one we was just looking at. It's no
It
way.
says literally people.
Well, I mean, they try to say Egyptians, not Egypt. They don't put Egypt. So this even though it's not a Kemet to you, it's just a Kemet with the people, with the man with the hand to his mouth. And again, they'll have to add this to their analysis, even though Cat's supposed to have been researching it for 30 years. But they got to add this and look at this.
And you just turned 40, so you can't. You can't just turn 40, so.
Oh, that's nice and young. Shit, you got time to catch up with this.
I think it was one of the, like an apis.
Huh? So now here's the question real quick. How does Kemet enter the ancient Egyptian lexicon? And I understand Asar's response was, well, we would have to, it's looking at other languages, but you got to do that with every term. What still, that doesn't make it irrelevant, the primary attestations that we find, that we know what it means, right? And so I do want to find. I don't think it enter as that, but I want to look at all of these and see which one got the most Old Kingdom, at least for what's in the text corpus.
Right.
And for the female ailment, that's in the time of Senro Set. Now, this is very funny that the female ailment Kemet. Check this out, y'all. The female ailment Kemet for completion. Kemet for not for blackness. Kemet for the area. Or should I, I don't
Translate
know.
it for them real quick so they can
The
see
Black
it,
City, basically. Right?
Yeah.
All of these occur in about the same time period, but even closer, right after this, these are all used in the same papyrus. But I mean, this is Papyrus Kahun, right? Which has other Kemets in it. And this Kemet ain't completion, and this Kemet ain't black. It's supposedly a woman's ailment. And so if we would wonder, well, what's up with this woman's ailment? Medicine for a woman who suffers from all her body parts and from the hollow of her eyes. She, her is Kim. And they just put sick as if that means sick right there. And it has a different determinative, but that's just something to trip off. And it seems like all of those Kemets for the woman. Now we got Kemet too, but this is for an ailment, right? Symptoms of the uterus are these. And so,
see, hollow in the eyes usually means she's going blind.
Interesting. So now this description for sacred cattle that they have in here, this one they got right here, I think this is what? This is topmost, all right? This is topmost. So basically, let's keep going. But that topmost is after Senro Set, if people don't know. When we go to Kemet for the Black Land, it's going to be what? So now this is a question I asked today, and this is something I'm trying to reveal to us. It's some research I'm doing now. So we could talk about the research, because don't nobody else say this. Let's look at this. Now, I don't know how well sorted these texts are, but you can clearly see 12th, 13th dynasty. They got, behold, I'm going down to Egypt. In this text, this is the eloquent peasant. Even though it say Papyrus Ramsey, that's just the version. But let's keep going, because I want to see some other texts. And if we go to the old TLA, I think we're going to get to 11th, 12th dynasty. Right? 12th dynasty. But if we go out of the TLA, we're going to be able to find one. And I ain't found, Somebody could come in the video and tell me they found one earlier than what I'm about to show, but I ain't never seen it. A Kemet talking about Black City, right? In about the 9th dynasty. But let's talk about it. So this still say 12th dynasty. You there? What's up,
Yeah.
Rakufu?
What's up, fam? I'm just learning and listening.
Word up, peace to you.
Hey, Asar,
Yes, sir.
if it's possible to send Jonathan that, because you know I'm kind of computer illiterate, but that one I sent you with the necklace of the West African pygmy and Bess from Kemet with the same type of necklace on. You know what I sent you?
Yeah, hold on. Let me grab it right now.
Okay.
Just put it.
And I was like, man, that's like, wow, that's just west to east. Like, I heard of a leper society throughout the whole continent, like a Black Panther hookup, but for one of a comic book, that was weird.
Now check this out. Hold on. Amenemhat II is before the text of scrutiny that we talking about for Simraset III with this Kemet in it. Right? And here goes something that's funny about Amenemhat II's Kemet. Look at how it's transliterated. I mean, look at the glyph he used. They used. Do y'all see that?
Mm-hmm. This that one we was talking about the other day.
Yep, but it's one like this and it's later, but I just want us to notice that this can say something other than what they're saying to say. Because they say Ra gave, I don't know how they're doing this.
Yeah, because it's like Ra Heket ruled Haru, which I believe that's the golden Haru or something right there.
He had
But
given Ra the rulership, Heru, but that could be, you know how Horus the Black too, though, but they don't want to do
Yeah.
that. And we got it right there, but they calling this entire, and there go that question mark again. See what I'm saying? I don't
How
make
does
it
that
up.
equally higher? Yeah, that doesn't.
Yeah, that's like Horus the Black, but whatever.
And this is what they see when you go to these other channels and they're like, I don't know how they trying to do that when they can't, when it's not in the English, because as you can see from reading the English, it doesn't add up. So we're what we have to do, because we know what Medu Nature usually will transcribe as, due to reading it and due to translating it ourselves. We're looking at them and asking, why would you not do what normally would be done here? And when you can't figure out why they haven't normally done what could be done, and they have a question mark in their own translation, we know something is wrong. And right now, looking at that, something is wrong, because we have other attestations where it looks similar to that and it equals Black Haru. Why all of a sudden has it changed in this sentence?
This is the Kemet and the Papyrus Kahun that is broke off, and they're talking about protecting, and they got the question mark over its traditions. And so this is what we've been talking about, the use of this S. That some say if they're using the S, but in the same text they use an X for something to say there, and then the scholars translate it. So, you know, I'm not going to act authoritative on that. I just can show you what I think.
Yeah, because all we're doing is asking the question with that particular situation. We're not trying to say, oh, no, it's got to be this. No, that one could, we don't know what it could be. Well, we know what it could be, but we're not going to act as if we know what it is. We want to research it because normally it appears this way. Got attestations, proof that it usually appears this way, but it's not.
Well,
And this is why we question stuff.
the earliest we seen so far look like it said 11th dynasty. But I'm gonna go through all of them so we can just nail that down.
And while you pulling them up, I want the people to take notice of something because they always say, well, they didn't have issues like we did. Yeah, they kind of did. You had an influx of Asiatics come through, and then all of a sudden, a word about blackness pops up.
Now look, this is Jed Kara, right? And they say they got a Kim. They put no translation available. So let's go. If they got a Kemet in the beginning, I mean, we need to really look at the text though. This ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, you could, because I want to know, is this 5 a number after Kemet, which is why they got it in the completion section. But Jad Kara would be early Old Kingdom. Now we got full paid priest, head of a magazine administrator. So they saying they are fully paid, right? In the Old Kingdom, and we got Kim, right? We got priest, overseer, submitted priest, and wild priest, total of the complete paid, where they say Kim at the end. All of these Old Kingdoms. Jed Kara, more counting. Jed Kara. So that's probably where that with the first oldest attestation to complete. Now, don't confuse. I don't want people to confuse Kim with Kemet, but we're going to look at Kim too after we go down this list. But right now, the oldest on this list is completion or fully paid. Paid in full, right? And this one, dorsal fin don't even got an attestation. So I don't know why people would mention that if they can't show us what Texas is. Give it for a jar. I think this is going to be Old Kingdom. And it's kind of misleading because the jar is black, but they don't got no attestation to that either.
Notice they didn't say Kemet Desheret, and the jars are usually black top with red bottom. So
let me see a metal implement. Let's look at. Oh, it ain't no attestation. I mean, so the ones with attestation show right here. So I'll go to a pupil real quick, and that's Middle Kingdom maybe, huh? 11th Dynasty. So now we got an issue because now Kemet used to say the black of the eye is there in the 11th Dynasty. Going into after the unification, they say, right? So we got this Kemet with this eye to say the black of the eye. Your black, i.e. your iris area, is in your center. All right. And we also got, this is also 11th Dynasty. So that's cool to know. Let's keep looking. Now here we go with their fruit land, and it's funny they only got 2 attestations. But they go to Simroset the first, Amenemhat. Now let's go right here. Because this right here is one of the earliest ones too, and I was looking at this. So this is at the same time period of where they talk about the black of somebody's eye. Now we see they got, so let me ask y'all something, people. What difference are we supposed to see between these two terms, the determinatives used in these two terms? Since this is kind of coming out the Old Kingdom, they was using 3 in order to put like the plural 3 strokes, basically. Mm-hmm. But why they got 3 on there? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just explained it grammatically. But they would not need to put 3 strokes on the term Kemet if it was just a place. So I would take these 3 to mean the multiplicity of, how you going to do that? You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And if this is one of the earlier uses of it,
That means that they seen Kemet as some type of functional country area, and they seen the Dishrek the same way. And obviously the color distinction, but
Well, it's saying the black. I mean, if you was being so literal, you'd have to say black cities and red lands.
yeah,
But black towns and villages and red lands, and
right.
that's if
Almost,
you know what I'm saying.
almost
But
showing like it's civilized over here in this black area. It's uncivilized in the Dishrek area. They some hillbillies, they country, they hill,
The hill.
they desert dwellers. You know what I'm
so that's
saying?
the Stella Mentuotep, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna go even before the TLA and just show this other one, even though I'm not. I mean, I know other people seen it, but I don't know what's up with. I gotta read some books. Now this one, Ramses. Why did they go from? Because they say this means fruit land. What about this make it mean fruit land? When I clicked on it, they said these are the renditions for fruit land, and this really don't mean fruit land. Be they Hittites or black people. See, be they Hittites or people from the black land. If you calling it black, like what do they call Sudan? People from the land of the blacks. They don't want it to be that. Fine. Well, what did the Greeks say? They called them black. I don't get it.
Right.
All that race stuff don't.
White man's word, a Greek, and he's telling me it meant black. What's the problem?
Wow.
That's the
Visually
logic.
looking at them too. Herodotus visually seen them.
Man, I mean, all the little points that they mentioned. I mean, just those small ones. We looked over trouble and needs, the Sinu word, Shinu, and that ain't associated to no countries. People gonna have to submit, like they just forcing it.
Yeah, there's too much. It's too much. Because as soon as you pin them down, the first thing, how do you know it meant city? How do you know it meant this? Because we read the sentence and the sentence divulged that.
Exactly. So out of all the Kemets we looked at, what was the oldest? It looked like, but we ain't looked at Kim yet. But it looked like Jed, the one that got Jed Kara, that would be like third dynasty or something. Huh? How early is he?
Yeah, he's fourth.
Third or fourth?
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to look at
Khufu, and I think he's,
somebody could look that up. I don't know. I know he's early Old Kingdom.
When you say Jeb, Jonathan, you mean like when I pronounce it Geb, like the earth god Geb?
Nah, Jed like a Jed pillar.
Oh, the Jed. Okay.
like the stability. Yeah.
Yep.
So it's the Jed Kara Isesi.
Oh,
And he,
good God.
not Isesi, it's got to be the other one before him. Because the Jed Kara Isesi is like the 25th dynasty they spent.
Oh.
Fifth dynasty, yeah.
My TV is slower than my phone, and my phone's so tiny. The phone is accurate. Every time you show something, it's on the phone, but I can't see it. I got to wait 3 seconds to see it on the TV later.
Now check this out. I'm about to prove that the other sin for the two banks, and just like I told y'all, people just got to stop playing with me, bro. Watch this. This is the same exact text, Kahun Papyrus, right? Now look at when they refer to the two banks. Watch this. How pleased are the two banks of the Nile at the terror you have spread because you have expanded their possessions. Who is there? The two banks, right? So when we come over here, what do you see? That the S ain't there. See? And it's just an N in this instance. But the S is either broken off or omitted from the papyri or somehow it's not an S there. Right? But the N is there. But nevertheless, what we learn is that the person who wrote this text is referring to Adibwe as there. So when we come to page 5 and see only a S, he's still referring to Adibwe. We don't think he's talking about its now. He's just saying there without writing the rest of the word, which becomes a phenomenon that occurs more later in a later time period. But we see it developing here, obviously.
Yeah.
Or is he referring to it as it one time and as them another time? That don't make no sense. It would be safe to say referring to it as they there, and the what you call it is omitted. That's what I'm thinking. But shit, I don't know any more subjects. I would,
I posted the brother's joint in the back. He's looking at making that connection with the West and the East.
Oh yeah. Whenever you get a chance to start.
Oh yeah.
You can put it on the screen.
Yeah, I just put it in the back chat if Jay want to hit it.
Let me see.
Okay.
Let me stop.
Want to get
and then Jonathan could put it on the screen.
Let me see. I'm about to pull it up.
All right.
Is this 8 exposed fake statues from Facebook?
Nah, that ain't it. Is it
on Facebook? That's what he had sent me, like some images of Bess with the leopard skin and some.
It says 8 exposed fake statues of Naferet, knowledge of self too.
I think you sent the wrong one, Asar.
Is that the wrong one? It had Bess on with the lion head, right?
The one I'm talking about just got 2 statues and split in half. One from the west, one from the east. Both pygmies or trois, and then they got the necklace on.
Yeah, the 2 ladies right there. Yeah.
Okay. But it didn't say fake though, did it?
Yeah, it says fake statue of Nafret. Because this is the original statue of Nafret, which you can find, I believe, on Osiris.net still. She looks, her features are a bit different.
The one that looks white, I think that's the wrong. I sent you a few things. I think you sent him that one, but the one with Best is before that. Because Best image just shows, the Fret image doesn't even show.
Okay, let me look again.
All right, go up like a few.
I click right on the best picture.
Okay.
Yeah, it pulls this up. Yeah.
Wow.
French photographer named Hermel Bedcard or something like that.
Well, you know how it looks, Asar. Is that it?
I don't think so.
I know I can't do nothing on my phone and go to it because then I'll be knocked out the chat, right?
Hold up, it say knowledge is SETI. No, but knowledge is SETI, pull that up too. I don't know. Yeah. That's what's on the menu. Yeah, at the moment.
So the last one is just Kim itself. I mean, no, it's more to do with Kim itself too, but y'all can keep looking. Jed Kyra said. Now look at this. See, that's what I'm saying. So there you have it. Kim to be black, go all the way back to Jed Kyra. See what I mean when you look at the text?
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't even fight that.
I mean, so we was talking about how it enters the lexicon, and unfortunately it enters the lexicon at about the same time when we have Kim for completion. Not unfortunately, but that should give us some type of clarity.
I'm gonna tap back in. I'm gonna send it to you again, Asar.
Okay. Well, the Jed Kyra is 5th dynasty.
Is that right?
Yeah, so that's why I said, and we always read about his like it'd be like the Jed Kyra Assessi. So this is why I was saying you'll have an earlier one than the 11th dynasty because the Jedkara Assesi is the 5th dynasty.
But this is just a Kim, not a Kemet, a Kimim. You feel me?
Yeah.
And then the next one is with the big black snake. Is that what they're saying? Ka Kim Wer. I don't know how they read that as the head of the black snake has been cut off or whatever. Then they got the black colored knife in Unes. And then they got the black ram and the black sheep. Right?
What dynasty is that one? Because
Unes,
once he talks about
Unes.
ram and sheep, you know
That's
he's
still
talking
the
about.
fifth, right? Or something like that.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So soon as he say that, we know he's talking about the people. Let me get this. Let me get my tissue real quick. Oh. Got the cooties. Okay. So let's look at a couple things real quick, y'all. So I could breathe, man. Yuck. Let's open up general history of Africa again real quick. I want to make some things clear so they can be fully understood. Where's Zoom? Here it is. So I can't even share it. No biggie. So in your book, I want to take y'all to the toponym book that I was reading the other day on my show, because they do the same thing in Turkey that appears to have happened in Egypt. And we really have to kind of take notice of it. We really have to take notice of it because they have the same situation going on with Black people and Black totems and how the people become what they're going to be. Let me see where's that? I believe it's the second page he says it. And when I read this, I just want y'all to check out how they did it. So an ethnotoponym is not, you know, out of your mindset, because I believe that's what we're looking at here. So it says, this article analyzes place names formed on the basis of totemistic views. It is thought that ethnotoponyms, which are widespread in many parts of the country, especially in the Bukhara region, are expressed on the basis of totemistic views. Racial, remember we keep talking about race. This is ancient Turkey I'm talking about. Racial, tribal, social, economic, cultural, religious, and linguistic characteristics of the people are determined. A special group of popular names in the Uzbek dictionary is totem-based toponyms. Place names based on totemistic views have been analyzed ethnically and linguistically. So I'm going to say it again. Place names based off of totemistic views have been analyzed ethnically, by your race, your culture, and linguistically. So this is ancient Turkey. This is when they said there was no racial anything, right? We can find the totems in ancient Egypt, and we can find racial constructs in Egypt. And we can definitely find cultural differences in Egypt. Keywords: ethnotoponym, noun, proper name, toponym, tribe, etymology, sign, subject, totem, ethnonym. Now, it's going to say something that's a bit important in just a minute. Even more important than the fact that we just covered that. Where is it at? Might as well just cut through it, because it's going to give it to you. In each era, there are different views on the way of life of a particular people, nation, tribe, and a special group of popular names in the Uzbek dictionary is totem-based Toponyms. I believe Kemet is the same way. You always see us pull up something that's got a totem on it, right? You see it have a bull and a penis and a town symbol. You see it have a bunch of arrows, this and a town symbol. You see it have a black crocodile skin or incense burning. You see an owl, you see a femininity, and you see a town symbol. You're seeing totem-based toponyms, which are basically names for cities based off of people's ethnicity, based off of people's racial background. So that shouldn't escape the mind, right? The totem is also a symbol of faith, which formed the basis of ancient beliefs. We all know that each one of these totems is connected to a what? A Necharu, a god, right? Who didn't know when they seen Aset that was a god? Who didn't know when they seen Asar that was a god? When they tell you the god of this city was Het Heru, who didn't know Het Heru was a god? Or Set was a god? So this should be clear, set up pretty much the same way. Different objects can perform the function of a totem. Common objects used as totems include birds, various animals, and objects directly related to daily life. These subjects define the circumstances of all aspects of the life of the ancients and were considered the only source of faith in their way of life. In fact, the totem is used in the language of the Native American Indians to mean master. The ancients considered the object which was considered a totem to be the master of their own lives. You see that with the Sar. You see that with Aset. You see that with Set, etc., etc. So that's why this is so identical. It's ridiculous. Let's go into, we'll get to this last one here. The totem is one of the earliest forms of primitive religious beliefs. It is based on the belief that there is an abnormal relationship between a certain group of people and certain species of animals and plants, sometimes natural phenomena, inanimate objects. So there's a relationship there based off of the totem and the beliefs of the people. There's the connection. Animals, plant, and inanimate objects were considered totems. Totems, mostly animals, were not hunted, killed, or eaten, as if they were powerful protectors of humans. The life and well-being of each member of the tribe was considered to depend on the totem. They considered their totem as a relative, brother, father, friend. Each tribe is named after its own totem. The ancients regarded objects as totems, as divine powers and supernatural possibilities. We know that black bull had consequences. Herodotus told you. You kill that black bull, you could forget about it. You was dead. You was dead. They was going to come get you and you was going to be dead. Now, where do I want to go
I'm sorry.
here?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I just wanted you to know I sent it twice to you.
Okay, I'm gonna grab it in just a second.
Okay.
So in some of these ethnonyms, the totem animal or bird is clearly visible, like the bull, the mare, the fox, and the crow, while in others it is hidden, Avgin, the bell, and Bahrain. Then the word which was then the basis for the ethnonym in totemically, totemically imagine, is now obsolete, so it becomes incomprehensible later on in time. For this reason, we will consider some of the following types of ethonyms below. And we're going to skip those ethonyms, and I'm going to hop over here to bring it to a close. There are various theories about the etymology of the bell ethnonym, with some associating it with a brown horse and others with a brown lexeme called color. However, some researchers believe that the word bell is an ancient word related to the Mongolian word hun, keri, for black crow, which evolved into hun plus keri plus m, hunkeriet or hunkirat or kungirat for bell. The suffix t in the word means plural, plural, plural. This means that the bell is actually a crow. So you see how that bell totem is related to the people and it's also an object as a totem. The crow was a totem in the ancient Turks. This is evidenced by the emergence of ethnonym Kariot. This is how a place name is derived from an ethnonym. Kariot is based off of what? What they just tell us. The black crow, which referred to the people and eventually evolved into the bell and becomes the name of the locale, which is an ethnonym name that becomes a toponym. Kariot is an ancient Altak word meaning carrot for crow. The T plural at the end of the word means plural in Mongolian. Ziri also means crow. The same opinion was expressed by G. Akhmetayanov. It is also known that he interpreted the word Kariot as black house and Rashidin as black man. However, the Kariot ethnonym is more commonly associated with the name of the crow, which is a totem. Okay, so they had no problem referring to the Mongolians as black houses and black men for the totem and the word Kariot, which derived from the bell, which came from the term crow, which was pointed towards the Mongolians and the Huns in particular, the Huns of the Mongolians, who were called Hun, Kari, and M. Hun Kariit and Hun Kirat and Kungarat. And say it again one more time for the people. The same opinion was expressed by G. Akhmetayanov. It is also known that he interpreted the word Kariot as black house, and Rashidin, another scholar, as black man. So they don't have a problem doing this in Turkey. And they have the same setup. According to ethnonym sources, Turkic peoples include Uzbeks have the names of animals: bull, elk, deer, oaken deer, sarikoi, taylak, foxes, topic, karabura, karakoyili, kozichi, and kachkorbulak, birds, I'm not going to say the rest of those. Hawks, crows, and some small animals, snakes, lizards, blackbirds, ants, were totems and named their descendants and tribes on that basis. What do you see when you go to ancient Kemet? A bunch of totems. What do you start to see them make distinctions about? Colors and distinctions between these totems. What did the ancient Turks have no problem with their ancient totems being? Black houses, black men, black crows. They knew they were talking about certain tribes and clans, and this became ethnonymic toponyms, names of places, in other words, based off of race and culture. Why would you think that ancient Kemet wouldn't have done the same thing in ancient times, knowing the system is set up pretty much the same way? Hawks, crows, and some small animals, snakes, lizards, blackbirds, and ants were totems and named their descendants and tribes on that basis. If they're naming their descendants and tribes on that basis after hawks, crows, and small, hello? Who watches over the Nehesi? It said Heru, right? When we read it, Heru is a what? A golden hawk or a black hawk, right? Ain't that what it says? That's what it says. He also watches over the Remech, the teardrops of Ra, when he turns into Ra midday. You also don't know when he's little Heru coming out of the horizon, if you read the text of Geb and Nut. You would see that he's young Heru in the day, and the redness represents Aset's birthing, the blood of birth. But you don't read the text, you don't know the text, so then we got to deal with these issues. So now we're dealing with this particular issue. Even looking from the Turkish standpoint, who had the same system, pretty much straight up and down, They had no problem naming their culture after animals. They had no problem referring to these animals as people, as Rashidun said, as black man, black house. Who were they talking about? Some black crows? No, they told you they were talking about the Huns of the Mongolians, the darker skinned culture amongst the Mongols. Egypt is the same way. It's set up the same way. There's no difference. Show us the difference. You can't. All right, let me see what you got in the back chat, family. Let's take a
Oh, you
look.
know what? We got somebody who got a page, a Kemetology page with like 70,000 people, and like we need to start streaming from there.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, you feel me? I'm like, okay, it's about to go in. So I'm getting ready to get on this good road, but it's about to be something. That's gonna be something cool.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Hey, I was looking at well, it was something on the on I believe it was Facebook, and it was saying the dollar turns over so many times. When it came to us, they say 30 minutes when we get our check, we don't even turn our dollar. We go on and spend it with them. I said, man, I ain't never heard nothing like that. Wow. How we gonna get rich if we don't even put our money back with each other?
I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Did it pop up, Asar?
Let me see.
Nuh-uh, I still show that same one.
The one with the two, because I looked on your page, it hit twice.
Let me see. Yeah, that's the same one.
Well, Jonathan didn't get that one though. He got the one with no fret.
This one is, oh yeah, it is different on this one, apparently.
Yeah.
Hold up, I'll put it in the back form. Yeah, so you see our brother Shot 12 and them, they're reaching. They can't even deal with that. That's all they, you're reaching up. No, that's the facts. And this is what happens when you try to consult non-experts about toponyms. They don't know what's going on. They ain't even done research on toponyms. They can't even explain why they would relate an animal to the people.
Wouldn't that be totemism?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what they call it.
Mm-hmm.
He said, you on Black Huns now. No, duh, Goofy, because their society named their country similar to ancient Egypt. What don't you understand about that? Clive Winters could hop on. We've had discussions before, too. It didn't help him either.
About what?
He was talking about we couldn't read the Medu Neter.
Oh, he did y'all like that?
Yeah, he was like, y'all can't read it, y'all. And Sat 12 probably was like, yeah. Then he over here trying to read Medu Neter. You looking shameful, homie.
So why did he say y'all couldn't read it?
He said it hadn't been deciphered.
Oh, he one of those?
Yeah, he's the one with the original argument.
I didn't know he was on that.
Yeah. And you love Clive Winters for what he
Yeah,
did
for
put out that
sure,
was
for
right.
sure, for sure.
What was wrong, you just say, hey, brother, I think we moved past that particular area. Sat 12, we moved past your particular area. You've got to have something to offer.
So you sent it? Did you get it, Jonathan?
Where was in the back chat?
Yeah, it's sitting in there.
Let me see. All the writers, however, seem to agree.
Yeah.
All right.
Harold Clemens is slow with it too. No, we're actual lions.
So
No,
let me ask you a
Did
question.
you
I'm about to
understand the
share
conversation
something.
we were discussing?
Okay.
Here we
Yeah.
go.
So some people, as y'all can see, that are around you are going to be slow.
Hold
They're
up.
not going to get.
Is this what he's trying to share?
Yeah, I think that's.
I'm talking to Kufu.
Yeah, I can't see it yet. It ain't popped up on my screen.
Oh,
On
Yes.
your,
Right now.
is it the one knowledge of self, all writers? Was that it right there?
seem to agree that it
No,
says
that's not Jonathan. I mean, Asar, the one with you see the two statues? You said you had seen was totally different. The ones with the two statues, the one of the both of best. Remember,
All
'cause we
writers,
went over-
however, seem to agree that knowledge of self to Facebook. That's the one.
and
That's
is it showing? It's showing both writers. I mean, showing both images.
That's the one he held up. Did you look at what he held up?
so. Look, we take it. I
Scroll
mean,
down
it got to
some,
be a
Jay.
better way to present it than having to do this, bro. Like you can't just have it ready.
Man, I'm about to learn that. I'm
Jay's in the building.
Yeah,
I'ma
because
go
we've
back
been
to it.
trying to find out for about 25 minutes now.
I know. No worries. I have to get
Like
back.
you could probably pull it up right by yourself, right while we just build it. You feel me? It ain't that hard. So,
Okay.
what part about doing it? You right click. You got a PC?
I'm on a what is it? Oh no, that is it. I'm sorry. That is it. Because I
Okay.
just went through it in the back chat and looked at it, and it say Egypt and Nigeria. Do you see the two statues, Jonathan?
Hold on, let me find it again.
Okay.
Let me see.
And right on their neck, they're gonna be circled two necklaces. They wearing the same necklace all generally.
Peace, brother Reggie.
Saber, you getting your mic right?
So this is it.
Let me see. It ain't came up on my screen yet. I mean on my TV screen, my phone
Oh, these
screen.
necklaces. Okay.
Right. Yes, sir. Okay, so John, you see where it says Egypt with best, and then the Nigerian one next to it,
Uh-huh.
and then there's two statues. I mean, the necklaces that they wear. I believe Asar said those are black or Panthers. Asar.
Yeah, as soon as it scoots down. Yeah.
I mean, I was just curious about those are two far countries. One from way in Egypt, one in Nigeria. Is that a society of panther or lion skin like the leopard society all over the continent, or?
It just would be for the priest. So Bess, who has the panther on his neck, generally, and you can always see Bess with it on there. He represents the priest, and he's a ding. So they're trying to compare the one in Nigeria to the one in Egypt. That's what you sent over, yeah.
That's the one, yeah. And there's any comment about it, disagree, agree, or what you guys think? Because remember how you were saying also we found the Sangoma in South Africa and in Nigeria.
I mean, it's my first time seeing it. I couldn't say anything, but it looks fairly similar. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
You can look dang near like the same thing, minus the beard.
Man, come
One
on.
of them is shaven and one of them ain't. And other than that, one of them has receding eyes more than the other. But nevertheless, it looks fairly similar. That's all I can say.
Yeah, prognostic jaws or whatever.
Peace, Smash. Peace.
Okay.
Peace, brother Reggie, and peace, Neil. What's happening,
Peace.
everybody?
Hey, family. We can move forward if nobody has any comments on that. I just wanted to bring that up.
Smash. So, Smash and a sword. Let me show you this real quick.
All right, hold on. Peace.
You gotta disable participant, Sharon.
So look, I'm gonna be looking though. Is it something you need my comments on? Because I'm about to get James to host if he can host.
Oh no, maybe later on or whenever. If you find anything similar, let me know. If not,
No, what
go
he's
ahead,
saying, Smash, is before you do that, he can't share his screen. You
Oh,
got
I
it blocked.
think I have made it. Hold on. Let me see something. Reclaim host. Oh yeah, you can share it now.
Okay. Real quick. And you can, where you traveling to?
Who you talking to?
You.
I'm going to London. Oh, you talking about right now? No, I'm just gonna in 2 days I'm going to London, but I'm traveling to go get something to eat while I'm listening to you. Well, my wife is here and I've been on the stream for too long and I feel like I'm ignoring her.
Of course. So this is gonna share real quick. So this text, this text, I don't know where it is. It could probably be a pyramid text, right? But it says, so this thing with flood right here, right? This word with flood, right? So I am the flood. This is what this person translated it to. I am the flood, great black body of water is my name, complete in its covering. So it's got a lot of determinative, so it's definitely Middle Egyptian or something like that, not pyramid text.
Well, that dude messed up. And so let me ask you a question.
I don't know where it comes from. Yeah,
Did he
so
not reference that nature on the stand in his translation?
he's referencing it as the flood.
What? That nature, he translating that as the flood?
With the yeah, on top of the on top of the mound.
Is this a real scholar?
No. That's why no.
Y'all wow.
No. So that's why I'm bringing it to you. So I'm interested in this because this is my first reading. I mean, for what he wrote, right? Finding this, and maybe I'll go and try to find it where it says. But what is that nature? That Aku on top of the mound? So it looks like the mound of creation.
Okay, so and he's saying that word, but so
Well,
I
let's
don't know.
disregard.
Oh, that's the person, Bernal Bachman right there or whatever.
Who? No. That's my text. So forget disregard. Just look at the text, right?
Uh-huh.
So this Aku on top of the mound, right?
Uh-huh.
Like the Eot, right? And later in Greek or something like that, right?
Uh-huh.
What,
I don't
do
know
you,
that word for no flood. I just don't know that word for no flood.
right? I don't know. That's why I said that's why I put up the
I can
meta.
pull it up real quick and find out what it relates back to. Just let me open this app. Let me see.
I know that you got to go, so
No,
I'm just,
I don't. It ain't no rush like that. But I'm into this. So let me see what this is because flood. I mean, I know you looked up
no,
all
disregard
the
that.
words for flood, right?
Yeah, disregard that it says flood, right? But I don't know what this I don't know what this is. So, but then the references is okay, so the Kim Wer, right? The Kim Wer with the canal and the tongue of land, right? So,
Uh-huh.
but the beginning of it helps me know what they're talking about. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's all good. Well, that Anouk, first of all, the statement of Anouk like that is always something kind of like
Yeah, I
profound.
am.
Yeah, I know it's I am, but it's not just like hi, I am John. It's kind of like I am. You know what I'm saying? It's some
Right.
profound shit, and so I would think that was. I'm looking up that bird. Can you see it on my screen? Well, oh no, I'm not sharing my screen. Hold
Yeah,
on.
we just see Reggie's screen.
Yeah,
right
hold
now.
on. I'm gonna get closer to it. So here it is, right here. Now,
Who wants to
so that's
stream on
simply.
the
I'm about to share my screen, but you don't have to
stream
stop sharing yours. I don't think, Reggie. I think you
I
can.
already
All
did.
right. Well, look.
I already-
Now you see this bird right here. That's it, right?
Yes, that's
So
it.
this
Okay.
translates back to Bahi or B-A capital H. Now let's look into the dictionary and see if what dude is translating is qualified.
No, I don't care about him. I
Me,
care
man.
about
I
trying to
mean,
think
you
about.
know, we're going to learn if the scholar is a good scholar or not. At least I ain't talking about the person in particular. But now here's something else to note. This one they saying Bahi, but that's Horus on the standard. This one says Bahi and it got that bird, but it says wine overseer. We're gonna see if we find a word that defines exactly what this is. I can make it bigger. Let's see. And y'all see the dictionary, right? So hold on. So what he said it meant the flood, right? Now look,
Yeah,
here's
we
a word.
understand. We looking on the standard.
Now look, you see this, Reggie?
Yep.
Yes.
So that's where you're getting that from.
Yeah.
from that totem right there.
Okay. So this word. Okay. So he is the flood.
So
Right, so-
Bahu, yeah, that's not that's just a word I had not seen for flood. I'm with that. So what's the
And so it's inundation or flood.
Right.
well,
So
yeah.
So he's the flood, right? So he's happy, or he's the inundation, he's the water.
Oh no, yeah. Oh no, well,
Well, he's the great black.
well,
Yeah.
well. Let's be clear about a few things. When I
Right.
first looked at this, I thought he was on the standard.
Right.
But it's not, it's just a bird perched above something, which is probably giving us indication that he wants to be above the land. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Where the flood is.
Yeah,
where the
exactly. Like he
flood
just
is.
want to be above that. And so I'm recanting that because there's nothing that we have now so far to make us think that this is a nature. This is just a word for ba, which means inundation, flood. I'm with that. Let's keep looking. Now let's look at other things that mean. Birds of abundance, even when it got that N23, which is crazy enough. And there's a few more renditions. A pool or a basin. So I think that is qualified what the scholar has or whatever. So can we keep analyzing it?
Yeah. So now this.
Okay, pull it back up, Reggie. Oh, yeah, so we can see your text.
Yeah.
Oh, we see your computer screen right now, Reggie.
So it's Metanetia now it's Metanetia James. Oh shoot.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm getting there, Reggie. Yo, I got a treat. I damn near sent you something last night. I need you to check out.
Okay, I didn't see it.
So now, if you want to say that this person, I would disagree with the scholar is where he says great black body of water.
Okay, so he's Kim Wer with
Yeah, exactly. Kim Wer, right? You see what I'm saying? And so
but that is still the great black. But then he goes, now the interesting thing is that he's saying the great black, right? In this context, is talking about is with the canal and the tongue of land. I'm just trying to rule out that he's talking about that they could ever use this as alluvial.
Oh hell no! That would be a far press. The first thing you would have to show is this complete. Even if you wanted to apply it to that, show me in here where it's talking about the land and some silt and some mud. See, this is right along with the logic of my hypothesis that they thought all of these properties came from the water, right? Now the scholar here is just making a mistake in translating Kim Wer instead of just calling it the Great Black and putting in parentheses that is a body of water. He translated this as Great Black Body of Water the same way this type of scholar would translate Kemet black people. He would have to. Because if you go and look at the determinative that says that indicates some water and you see Great Black in front of it and now you're saying Great Black Body of Water, you probably want to say, you see what I'm saying? And so really this just say Great Black. And just like I argue with the Kemet, it just say black. But what is black, it shows us it is some people. And here what they say what is black, it shows that they're talking about what they call the Bitter Lakes. You heard of the Bitter Lakes region?
Yeah, but the problem is with the Bitter Lakes, that's what I talked to you before. They messed up. It's not the I6 glyph for the Bitter Lakes. It's the X5.
That's interesting, but in that story, so he don't say Kim Wer in the story. He say, "What's X5?"
Yeah, X5 is another.
It's like the other K sound, right? Though or not?
It looks like no. It looks like
oh, Sia.
It looks like Sia, but it looks very close to Sia, and so they're saying that with the X5. With the X, that's when I was saying that people went back with Asar and say he got it wrong because they now know that it's X5 instead of I6. So it's not the Bitter Lakes is not Kim Wer. So no. So when so let's see X5. So let's see where it says X5 glyph, right? Glyph.
Oh man. I'll be right back.
Bitter Lake. did you mean X5 glyph Bitter Lake? That's what I wrote. Okay, I saw it's wrong. Let's see. I saw it's wrong. Not you, Asar.
Not Imhotep. Not in peace, but the brother Imhotep. No.
Asar is wrong, and then gets good. Mm, let's see.
That's
Ping-
Reddit.
Yeah, Reddit is not bad. For some things, it's just any other scholar that don't have Smash Rockwell's platform, right? So, Bitter Lake, ancient Egypt.
All right. What happened?
So no, so I'm just trying to figure out where the Bitter Lakes.
Bitter Lakes, Egypt is gonna be in the middle of. It ain't really a thing. I don't even think it was because. All right,
That's a
well,
later name,
they
like
just know.
Egyptian.
They just know it's not Kim Wer, the 10th known, because the dude who told the story that references that Kim Wer was in a island or something.
Yeah.
There you go, Bitter Lakes, Egypt.
Right, no, so that's it, but I'm trying to get to the glyph where there is a controversy on the glyph. But I don't want to hold you up. We can come back to this on your next show where we can actually see the primary
It's all good.
for the bitter lakes, because let's see. I think I searched my history. Wait, bitter lakes. Search my history. To see actually if Bitter Lakes ever meant Kim Wer. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, they got a few texts that they say it means that, but it would take some analysis.
Well, yeah, but it would be helpful if that Kim Wer, if that so-called Kim Wer is not. So I'm stop sharing my screen so I can look at my history. All right. So I don't want.
If that, well, you still sharing something, so you might want to turn off your camera or something.
Oh no, that's I'm just sharing that in my screen. Thank you. So history.
Hey, brother Jonathan.
What up?
So I'm kind of think I'm learning what to do here. So if I got something like if I went to the back chat and I touched that, I could push share and it will come on the screen.
Not the back chat, but the down at the bottom. Yep. If you do it at the bottom, it'll come on the screen.
Okay, because that actual article, if you get a chance, or maybe because I know you're about to go or whatever, and I wanted to share it now. I started reading it, and it got a gang of source material to it. It goes back to Neolithic times, and they got passages where the Yoruba are saying that they did travel and they seen the conqueror of Israel by Samaria. It's just a lot of stuff, but it's a lot of source material to it. That this comes from this source, and they got links to go to. So I know we always say we want sources. We don't just, want to have something and don't have nothing to connect it.
Yo, can this help you, brother Reggie, right here?
Huh?
I put up the garden sign list, and I'm in the X's. I was just wondering, could this
Yeah,
help?
so you're right. So that X5 right there is the X5 that they're saying is that X5 right there is where they.
Also, they messed up on when they gonna redo the Bitter Lakes.
Hold up. It's saying that X5 is a variation of X4, which is a bread roll.
Yeah, that's why
And then
it means provisions.
Right, I read all that.
Yeah, we know what it's saying, bro.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So I mean, so yeah. Let me just I'll mute out.
What I'm saying is, it seems like that there's a controversy on that, and we can only deal with it if we actually see the primary. So they made it. It looked like Kim Wer with I6, and so they made it Kim Wer, but that might be
well. So it's great provisions.
Yeah, well, food, right? But
He had a lot of food in the story. You want to go look at the story? We could look at the story.
Yeah,
Instead of bread rolls, cake. I don't know. He
If
had a
it
lot of
makes
cake.
sense to look at the story, if he had, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because he was stranded on the island, and a snake came to him with hella food, right? Yeah. And he had
Oh,
more
man.
food. Oh hell no! They might have already retranslated that.
that's the shipwrecked sailor you're reading from?
Yeah, that's where he hit the island Kim Wer, right? We about to see who wrecked on the island Kim Wer.
That's the shipwrecked sailor story.
Yep. So if we know the story,
Eckerbowl,
a
whatever his
big
name
ass
is.
snake came to him with oh man, I'm about to put y'all up on game real quick. It's a grammar teacher. Hold on. But I'm gonna do two things at once. So first let me pull this up. Y'all see my screen, right? So we're gonna go to Kim Wer real quick. I mean, we do this every 15 minutes. We should have all these memorized. Kim Wer, right? So what we're looking for now is the usage when they trying to say it's the Bitter Lakes.
Right.
And so we see here they got Big Black one. They're gonna have Bitter Lakes on here. Big Black Bitter Lake regions. 57 uses. We'll get there quick because we know the story. So let's see.
Yeah, fine.
Real quick.
Can't find that.
All these first ones they tripping. They ain't talking about no Bitter Lakes, but we're gonna go down to that story. The Big Black Isis. That's Teddy. All right, the Great Black one. It's gonna come real quick. It's not a long search.
It looked like you only got 6 pages.
Yeah, it's not gonna be. It ain't gonna be that far. It's gonna be like on this page or the next.
And just saw they have this whole new find where they find sashes of black objects, and these sashes belong to Set. Did you know about that?
What happened?
Where? That's
Huh?
crazy. Where'd they find them at?
Oh, they I'm gonna show it to you
Here
after.
you go. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just
Oh,
found it. So now I
Black
said,
wall.
it was the who did I say? I was wrong. This
You
is
said it was
Sinaway. It was Sinaway who went to Kim Wer.
Yeah, still away.
So
I
you
thought it-
saying he didn't settle on the island of the Kim Wer? Hold on. The island is in the middle of the Bitter Lakes. You see what I'm saying? There's no where else could an island be that's inside the Kim Wer?
Right. We have to see the no, I don't this I don't, but this is a different glyph.
All right,
This
so
Kim
that ain't the one you was talking about when they said
Hold on, if you look up there, it did kind of look like that glyph. He was right there by the canal.
so
right
this
there.
is the tongue of land though, right?
Okay. Is that
So
kind of
what they
looking
got
like that
this at?
glyph?
No,
what
they
you
got
was
this as IU. So if we look at this, it looked like something different. An island, right? So if that's an island belonging to Kim Wer, so that would mean Kim Wer would have to be a body of water if an island belonged to it, unless that's a nature. But if this is not the right one, you saying, Reggie?
let me see.
Pharaoh be claiming it.
Here it say again.
It
Water-
was just the blog post on why I saw is wrong. And then that's when it told me they were talking about Kim Wer and what Asar Imhotep said. So other people critique what Asar says in his mumbo jumbo from the kind of like the
Yeah.
I know
They
that
kinda-
Kim Wer right there. It's by some water.
Yeah, that one. It was talking. It said water is that on it as
Yeah.
far as Kim Wer, or as far water is on one side as far as the Threbus. Water is on one side as far as the Threbus. But notice this is what I was teaching Woo them, and they had messed it up. Don't
You
y'all
said I
see
was
that they say
teaching.
Kim Wer?
Yeah.
It's like it's never gonna be Kim Wer. It's gonna be Kim Wer because that's what they called it. But whatever. Kim Wer, or the Great Dark Lake is my name. This is Amenhotep III. So they are, if they are talking about this lake here, we would want to. I am
Oh,
a
okay,
fish
what you
of
put?
Horus, the great one in the Great Black Lake. Now, I don't know why they calling this the Great Black Lake when they got a cow there and the city determined to.
Exactly, exactly.
But it do say the fish.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Is my name.
Here's another that says water is on one side as far as Kim Wer. Now notice this says Kim Wer here. That's another way to say, we probably didn't know that was another way to say this term we're talking about. Now look, Kim Eret. This should be hella funny. I mean, no, I said Kim Eret. I messed that up. Kemet. That's what I was trying to say, right? But I thought it wasn't. Well, how are we? Is that not Kemet?
That's command.
Because no, it ain't no. It might be a different word they say for the cows. That's right.
I-X, right? But that's a determinative with a
Yeah, this the way they got this hooked up now. This is pretty nice. So you just put it on the lemma and then it'll put it in the chronology for you.
Yeah, it used to wasn't doing that. That's why the old one was doing that.
I found out where he is, but it's saying the band is not letting me in. That server is down.
Now they trying to say that this is a Kemet Earth and not a Kim Earth. 19th dynasty, I ain't even tripping. But somehow they got a T there that must. Why they got it in these brackets? But it looked like it ain't in brackets there. Anyway, it ain't no T on the Eret. It's something to trip on.
Okay. So what I will say is on that particular in this particular when I'm able to pull it up, so I'm gonna table that. I'm gonna table that, right? Because I saw Imhotep is wrong. I just need to write this. And then I'm going to show
I went on the Sahara Imhotep show today to ask him some questions.
why you need to ask him some questions.
To see what his answer was.
Yeah.
Okay, there go Kim Wer on the standard. What's up with that?
What's up with it? That's all
standing
good.
on irrigation. Now hold up, he's standing on irrigation.
Hold on.
Well, you know, I don't know about that. But I think the Sapat is more like representative of you know how if you're about to buy a parcel of land or something and you look at the assessor's parcel map, they'll have these different plots and they'll show you which one you can buy. Kind of like that. Yeah, you feel what I'm saying? And so I think they like plots of land. But, you know, there's others who say that too.
Yeah, they would say, it says when you look it up, and it says the system of irrigation.
So I'm going to show something. I'm going to show something for Asar because he likes this type of stuff.
All right.
He likes you know.
That was Kim that you just passed, wasn't it, Smash? Right there?
Yeah, Kim.
Where?
Right there. It's got the city determined.
But we read this one. This is the one about the fish. And so if I see that, I know we went over that already.
What's that? Kim Wer?
Kim Wer, yeah. Kim Wer.
So Asar's new argument on this is one scribe said this. Doesn't know.
Man, are you sharing your screen? Let me unshare my screen. I'm about to mute and listen on the phone. Cook, Reggie, I want to give you a sound effect. Go ahead.
So the mysterious black bones of Set, right? So an investigation studies the boxes forgotten for years with fossils of animals that ancient Egyptians venerated. Ancient Egyptians collected fossils of extinct animals that they worship as sacred relics of Set, god of darkness and chaos, and placed wrapped in linen and tombs. From 1300 to 1200, about 3 tons of heavy black fossils polished by sand from rivers was taken to sanctuaries on the Nile, according to Adrian Mayer, historian of Stanford University. The ancient Egyptians, after all, hadn't put these bones on display. Instead, they've taken them to rock-cut tombs near Kwa El Kibir. there they given the massive prehistoric bones the sort of dignified burial fit for royalty. So what they did saw is they found all of these big black bones that seemed to come from fossil animals, and they attributed those things to Set. I was hoping that there was going to be, so 3 tons of fossils transported over miles. We still have no idea where the Egyptians found them, but in 1926, shortly after they uncovered a geologist named K.S. Sanford combined every spot with 500 miles of quad trying to track them down without any success. To this day, nobody's found out for sure. So basically, they have all of these boxes of fossils that the ancient Egyptians found, right? And then they collected them. So that is one of the stories that Set is associated with blackness, right? Instead of just redness, because these black fossil animals that the ancient people of Tawi said that, and now they know that scientists know that they were fossils, but the ancient people was astute enough to know that they were strange, and they collected them, and then they attributed them to Sets. So
and they said that they were associated with things that was extinct. They knew that whatever these bones, it wasn't nothing that was living. These bones must have been very old.
Yeah, so the ancient people did not seem to be able to identify them. So now I have to go to the author, right, and see if there's anything more than this particular blog.
Yeah, like, so maybe his whole journal breakdown of this.
Yeah.
This may be just abstract, huh?
Adrian, no, this is a blog post, BS News, right?
Okay.
But that was my fastest way to get to it. And then, so I'm going to say Adrian Mayer, and I'm going to say Black Bones.
That's how you get to it. There he is on Wiki.
Or a female.
Oh yeah, that's Adrian.
Right. So she's talking about first fossil hunters, and maybe she's French, I do not know, but they did find these things in linen wrappings, so they gave it a dignified burial, the Africans did. And I'm trying to see if she has a journal article on it, or it's just for entertainment. Ancient Egypt. Let's see, ancient Egypt.
It says Set too.
Huh?
Oh, I seen when you in the search, it said something about Set. So I was thinking
Set used to be considered righteous. He didn't fall down till his crown fell down.
I know you was gonna say that. Oh,
he said it's kind.
say that. Oh, well,
So ancient origins.
It's mythology. So I'm trying to figure out something that I could say that is a journal article. But a tomb full of prehistoric bones. Oh wow. So it says Guy Brunton and Flinders Petrie found them, right? They found them, but they didn't know what they were. Right? And then so what do you have to say about that? And so it's beautiful. Look at the linen wrapping. It's like it's washed. It's nice, right?
Yeah.
So these are where so they made them sacred. So this is off topic. The reason I went is because I wanted to see if there was any writing that said I'm frozen. Any writing, I'm frozen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Ancient origins, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to find out if there was any writing talking about it inside a rock cut tomb. but it's 3 tons of fossils. So the Africans were interested in fossil finding. They have 3 tons of fossils, and they transported them over miles, right?
And they buried them all in one spot?
In different rock cut tombs
Okay.
of Kwa
I wonder
El.
what did the mapping on that look like? What area did they do this in? Where did just all in Kemet?
Talk about it. Say what?
This is all in the areas of Kemet or all over in a certain region off in that area?
Yeah, they said Kwa El Kabir. So the tombs of Kwa El Kabir weren't just makeshift graves thrown together for the occasion. They were ancient resting places of powerful so-called Egyptian lords built 1,500 years before the fossils were found. So this is where they were found, in those graves. So it says, Kwa El Kabir was no ordinary town. It was the center of a cult dedication to the god Set. Then they say, God of darkness, storms, and confusion. He was the lord of the Black Land, a monstrous evil force who was often drawn looking like a monster with it. So I was looking for a daggone text
Right.
to verify that, to verify any of this, right? I'm frozen again, so there you go. So I thought that was interesting that the ancient people was collecting these bones, these black bones, and gave them a rightful burial.
Yeah.
But I have right now, unless or you like this stuff, so
So these are just animal bones. They're not human bones, right?
no, they're not human bones. They're
Okay.
fossil animals. It's
Probably
an
it could be the animal that represents Set that they cut
Yeah,
up.
because we never knew what
probably
Set
something like
was.
that.
Like that's interesting in itself right there, because we never knew what type of animal. I've never heard of anyone. It looked like an aardvark, or they've said it looks like an anteater as well, but I don't know about all that.
Okay, so so what we do know is that that Flinders Petrie collected these
Yeah, you kind of freezing up, Reggie.
Yeah, you will.
they were so it says, but finally in 2014, where was that? It says they analyzed it. So let's see what they are. But finally in 2014, the bones were revealed. Little pieces from countless extinct animals were inside. Giant wildebeests, crocodiles, horses, buffaloes, and even human beings. So human beings were, huh?
Said wildebeest, huh?
Yeah. But they were extinct prehistoric hippopotamuses. So so they realized that some of them were hippopotamuses, and so they
He
black bones.
changed into a hippo. Yeah. It sounds like they collected the animals he changed into. And if the wildebeest is one, because we know Haru stabs the hippo when Set turns into him in the story, then the wildebeest might be that animal in question.
Right. Well, these anthropomorphic relationships, but so the Egyptians, as they're called, right, had come to a similar conclusion before. Early Roman and Greek historians wrote when Egyptians found fossils from the coral shells of numialites near the pyramids of Giza, they took it as proof that Set had once ruled over their land. The small fossils were taken to the temple of Tiana, and there they was given up to the gods. So these nummulatid fossils were actually collected. And that's pretty much it. So I don't have much to say more about that except for the ancient Africans discovered this, and then they buried it in linen wrappings, right? And thinking that it was proof of a god, right? Okay, so I didn't want to say more than that. I just like, I know a saw likes putting stuff together like this. My initial question was answered, well, partly answered, because we just have to find out what that Kim Wer with the tongue with the canal and the tongue of land, where we might see that again. Um, and then we have we have a little bit more idea of how that particular word was actually being used. But I don't have too much more to contribute. I'm just watching the games play with Ojao, Dr. York's assistant, and Asar tried to help out Garfield. And Garfield today said that I need to give Dr. Carol Cooney an apology for being disrespectful to her. So now I'm really upset because he didn't watch it. So how could he say I was disrespectful to her? Right? So anybody that I shared it with, I don't know if you was on it, Pan-African James, when I shared it, was you?
No, I wasn't there. I just heard about it.
When would you hear?
I heard that it was a pretty good interview. It's just that I think that you gave the woman the truth, and she and they aren't really ready to accept it in that fashion. You know what I'm saying? But that's not for us to bite our tongues about it. That's some research that we've come across that they need to view and maybe change their views on. Just because they're on a hang up don't mean that we have to be waiting and pausing and speculating about something that either you if you can read it just like you can, if she could or whatever, then when you put some text in their face, I mean this irresputable, then either just get with it or get lost. I mean that's just really what it is right now, Reggie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I simply just shared with her not only my differences, but the differences of the Magi authors and the work that we do, when she tried to say that it was the Black land. And then I just said, well, the source that you gave us from Diane or Danielle Candelora, it's circular because it never proves it. It just passes the baton to Bard, who wrote the Ancient Egyptian Encyclopedia. And she starts off saying there's alluvial soil, but there's no proof that it was. And I guess she didn't like that, right? But mine was just simply inquiry.
Yeah, but that's small potatoes, Reggie. Just check this out. This is what I want to ask you. And you're a primary source in this particular conversation that's just popped up recently, since a lot of these guys that showed up. I noticed that they're trying to weaponize Dr. Clarke's what he said about Black, right? Now, what I want to know from you is, because you were there, you knew Dr. Clarke. At the time that Dr. Clarke was living, the research that's being done now and finding out that they actually did use these terms, did Dr. Clarke know this at that time?
What terms?
The terms like they may have called themselves Black in the text. Because like, okay, we're saying now that we see in the text that they did refer to themselves as Black. Pre-slavery or pre-colonialism or whatever you want to call it. They had the notion to refer to themselves Black as the descriptive term. And then you put it in the from your research, you found that it's not just Black, it's a divine Black, right? Did the research that you did on the cattle culture and the divinity of the Black within that culture, did Dr. Clarke know about this when he was living?
No.
That's what I'm trying to ask. So I wanted you to speak to that at the chronology of this research for people that don't know that at the time that Dr. Clarke was living, he did not even know of the research that we're that you in particularly are trying to bring forward right now.
You have to look at a man in his time period right? And Dr. Clarke grew up, I don't know, right now he should be about 109, 108 years old. It was Dr. Clarke that brought us to Diop. And the world was calling us Negroes. And many of the writers before Dr. John Henrik Clarke and contemporary with Dr. Clarke was using the word Negro, right? Rather than black, right? They was using the word Negro. Blackness seems to come more with a later generation where they just got tired of misusing the word black and Negro, right? And nigger. So Dr. Clarke's work largely, if we can pull up any of it, he used the word Africa, he used the word Negro. Maybe in his other years, where's the book that I just had of Dr. Clarke, where Dr. Clarke's book, African World Revolution, I have it close by. Let me see. But it doesn't, those people don't matter, right? They're looking for things to poke holes to. They don't matter. No, their work is not going to be published. They're just so sometimes I'm saying, why do I even engage with them? I shouldn't even have to engage with them. They're French scholars. So they're friends. So what is the problem going on right now about what Dr. Clarke used and what he didn't use? Can you explain that to me?
Well, see, it's crazy because it seems like they have reverse engineered the word comprehension, right? And now they're trying to say that certain people can't comprehend what he meant by that. Now, if you listen to the totality of what he's talking about, he's always said, and I think we've always associated ourselves with both black and African. We've never tried to say that we just want to use black. No one has ever said that. We use black as a descriptive term, but what Dr. Clarke was saying was we want to use a landmass of where our homeland is as what we come from. So he prefers Africa, and I don't have any problem with him saying that, and I totally agree with that. That is where we come from. So you want to associate yourself with your homeland. So I don't see Europeans having any problem associating themselves with white and then calling themselves European. It is just on the color spectrum of humanity where they just so happen to be almost the lightest or whitest or closest to white. We're not saying that they're paper white, but on the spectrum of human beings, they're the closest to paper white. Just like on the spectrum of human beings, we're the closest to charcoal black.
Let me help you out. I do want to help you out. Okay.
All right.
So African World Revolution, Africans at the Crossroads. In his index, he used the words Black Cross Navigation and Trading Company, Black Cross Nurses, Black Hand Society, Black Legionnaires, Black Masonry, Black Muslims, Black Nationalism, Black Power, Black Revolution in the United States, Black Star Line, Steamship Service, Black Student Union, Black Studies, Black Untouchables, right? He uses that for Black. So he's referencing other groups of people in his lifespan, right? By the names that they called themselves. So he was certainly in the time period after Marcus Mosiah Garvey, right? So he's using the nomenclature and he's referring to particular articles, states of mind, just in general, just nomenclature. For the Negroes, he says, Negro History Bulletin, Negro Society for Historical Research, Negro Union of Newport, Rhode Island, the Negro World, Negro Yearbook, right? Those are the references for Negro. Anybody, first of all, the people that are arguing, they had no relationship to Dr. Clarke at all. They may have met him one time. The one that may have met him would have been a SAR, Imhotep, at maybe some of the lectures. I probably went to more than 60 lectures of Dr. John Henry Clarke. And I used to read for him, right? And and I traveled with him in Africa, and I was listening to many conversations between him and Dr. Jeffries, and through him, I worked on Diop's Civilization of Barbarism. So they try to marginalize me, but the facts of the matter is that Dr. Jeffries created Dr. John Henry Clarke created the Council of Black Studies. So he created the Council of Black Studies, right? And he helped create other Black Studies departments, as well as African American Studies as well as African Studies departments. So he was flexible in his term. Now, let me say this. So the problem is, this is the problem, right? And this is what I'm trying to write about. The problem is that Kim was translated by the Europeans to mean a color, black and or dark. From there, we get we get Egyptological thinking of the misuse of black as only a color. Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop used the word Negroes to deal directly with white supremacy, right? By saying that you have called these people Negroes, the Nubians and all these people. So what Dr. Clarke did was an early version of what Smash Rockwell is doing. Smash Rockwell, reading what Diop, all of us reading what UNESCO, says that it's that the Negro is not referring to the black skin per se, but a people who revered and respected black things, dark things. If it wasn't black, let's just use the word dark. Dark things, the darker things. It was the Africans that respected that, and that is closer to who they are, the dark. Black is sometimes a problematic word, right? Because you want to associate, if we want to say that the people of Kemet had black skin, that is where this argument is. No, they had dark skin, but society calls them black people. So we have to look at the dual relationship, because words have connotations and words have agency. So it's just not the direct color of the skin, but the simple fact is that they revered dark things, and some of their drawings were very dark. So they respected all versions of dark things, right? From light brown to very, very dark that looks like black. But they revered the color black. So they made people, they exaggerated it. So they exaggerated the blackness, right? And so maybe Amos Nefertari was brown. Most of the Nubians are actually brown, and sometimes even a darker brown, but most of them are brown. But the African exaggerated. They was like, let's cut to the chase. We respect dark, and we respect the darkest dark, right? So they have the Apis bull. So in context, you get a more nuanced understanding, but they want to pin us down to say that we're saying all people were black. They are black because of relationships, but they had no problem respecting black. That scares the white world.
Mm-hmm.
It scares them to death. And so the things that were sacred, the black pots, the black knives, the black cattle, right? They used those things as parts and related them to themselves as revering black. That scares, but for them to try to pin us down to say that all of them were black, that's not what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And then with the Nubians that were sometimes darker, right? We showed the we showed the table of nations and stuff like that. There wasn't too much difference between the Nubians and the so-called Egyptians in skin color, right? So if you go to Hoy, which smashed Rockwell, let me just pull up Hoy. I think it's Hoy. Tribute to Tutankhamun. So I'm listen. I am real good.
Yeah, but I just on a simplistic note, like I trip off of the simple things because I would be wanting people to understand this, because some people it seem like we're gonna have to break this down to elementary level, brother Reggie. You know
But
what
you,
I'm saying? Because it's getting it. I mean,
but you
but
cannot.
but hold on. I know that it is a complex situation, but it seems like the people that we need to understand this ain't on that level of complexity. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm just saying if we can try to simplify this the best way possible, like showing little excuse me, I just want to just show just a small anomaly. Like we could just look at stuff like this and just show people. Like look at this I-6 glyph. Now when you go and look at it, it says Egyptian, right? That's what it says. It says Egyptian now, but where is the color for where is black on this whole list? They have the color for red, white, and everything else. But if you went through this whole sign list, there's no color for black on here, right? But we know right here where they're using this spell word Egyptian. This is the word for black. So we know that Egyptology was the foundation of it is racism.
Do you think that you're simplifying it, Pan-African James?
I think that if you looked at if we know that we're saying that this means black, and then you know that the anomaly that right here is
No, I'm not saying that means. I mean, I'm
in
not
certain
saying,
contexts, right? Based on
I'm
the syntax, we would know
okay.
what this means, right?
Go ahead. You cheat.
But,
you cheat. Go ahead.
No, but what I'm saying from a simple, if anybody were paying attention to what we're trying to say, is they're omitting black, even in their renderings right here, and they're substituting it with Egypt, which causes confusion, right? Hold on, somebody's trying to get in. But yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Just like little things like this, if you look through the whole,
you're not simplifying it.
Okay.
You're not simplifying it, and I gave you a very, very good understanding that they venerated dark things.
Correct.
And so it should stop there. So what you're doing is if you pull up a glyph, our regular people, I can understand what you're saying, but if you just pull up a glyph and it's charcoal, right, burning charcoal, that is simplistic, but if it was so simplistic, we would have already won an argument. We have not.
Man,
Peace, everybody. This is that good guy. I have a question.
Well, I'm not finished. How you doing, Jalel Henry? So I'm not finished. So when you do, so first you gotta just deal with people, right? And I listen, and sometimes I wish I was just anybody, but I'm not, right? So up here are the Nubian populations, right? These are the Nubian populations up here. right? And down here is the Egyptian populations. I'll blow this up. The people, not the Egyptians, but the people of Tawi, right? Of the two lands, right? I told you before that these are all herds. This is the Naheshi herd. This is the Kemet herd. Naheshi herd, Kemet herd. The Kemet has something to do with a black hair. Their thing is a black hair, various skin colors, right? And a linen kilt. That is how they present themselves. Black hair, various skin colors, and a kilt, right? The Nubian, the Nahesi populations, their thing is different color, almost different color, different colors of hair, non-uniform because of the tribes, right? And different types of kilts. I'm sorry for the phone. I can't get to it right now. So this tribe, this is what this tribe looks like, and there are many members of this Naheshi tribe. But the Kemet tribe is more uniform, showing usually their skin, the linen cloth. This is their herd. Can you understand that? So the better representation is not to do glibs, not to do glibs, because that's too problematic. That go to the human beings, right? So we have, look, Smash didn't spend a lot of time on this for no reason. Now look at the 1, 2, 3, 4 Nubian groups. Take off their clothing, right? Take off their clothing and look at the four Kemet versions. If you change the clothings, you wouldn't tell them, be able to tell them apart. This herd, the Kemet herd, looks like this. The Naheshi herds look like this. Naheshi herds look like this. The Kemet is one herd. This is different groups of herds. So they're showing variations of, so here you have very light people, you have very dark people in the Naheshi herds. Right? Okay, so you want to go ahead. You want to talk? Go ahead. Let me see who's hunting me down.
This is part of why he was showing me them set sashes and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what you're seeing. You see it, and we asked the brother. We said, "Can you tell the difference?" He couldn't tell the difference. He don't know an Egyptian from a Nahesi in this picture, and it's because they have black, brown to even lighter white pictures, it looks like, back over there. But also remember one thing when we're looking at these, the paint in a lot of these is faded off and pushed off. If you've ever seen them try to supposedly clean a papyrus, stuff is redrawn and a lot of different stuff like that's happened. So yeah, without question.
Can I ask you, when you say a moon ra, isn't that a particular time and place when he started worshiping Amun Ra?
Well, he had a small coat in early times. His coat grew in later times, but his coat has been around from damn near the beginning, because you got the town of 8, as they call it, the Pasejet
the Pasejet is the 9, and then and then you have the 8, right? But
not the 9, but the 8. That's the town of the 8. But the Pasejet is the group, and there's the Pasejet Ogdoad and the Pasejet but Ogdoad is not the word.
What's the Paset mean? What number is that?
Pasejet is the grouping. It's the 8. And the town is called the town of the 8. And then there's the
yeah, it's called Kimenu. And it's called
Kimenu. There it is. There we go. The Kimenu.
Because Kimenu is the number 8. What's the
yes,
number?
Pasejet Kimenu.
Okay, and what's the and so the
The
number
other
9
one is the 9 is that's when they add Jehudi to it, but I think
no,
that's
no,
the
no,
other
no,
town.
no, no, no. See, Asar, right? Asar. Wait, ancient Egyptian numerals, right?
You said
So,
what?
okay, let me go to ancient Egyptian numerals, right? We're gonna have to count, right? We're gonna have to count. And where is this thing? So, okay, so fractions, written numbers, hieratic, Egyptian words for numbers. Okay, so the number nine is spesed. Like I said, the number 9 is spesed, spesedu or spesedet. The number 8 is Kimenu.
And that's the town we're talking about. We're talking
No,
about
I'm
the
talking about the
Ogdoad
number.
because the Ogdoad in Greek is 8, not
Right.
9. So when I
No,
said
Asar, I
Jet
already
Kamin,
said that.
which they're called,
Asar. The problem is not the 8. It's not the Kimenu. When I just said to you that the Pesedu means 9.
yeah,
That
but
was
I said no, that's not the town I'm talking. I'm talking about the town of the 8 because the Pesejet is called Pesejet Kimenu. They call it the 9 because they add Jehuti to the Kimenu.
okay. Asar. Asar.
Go ahead.
My big little brother, right? Most of these people don't study the mythology. You do, right?
Correct.
So the original point was that Wilkinson's, so over here, let's count. Wa and Wat, 1, right? Sinwi, Sinti, 2, Kimtu, 3, Jeftu, 4, Deju, 5, Seswu or Seset, 6, Shefku, 7, Kimenu, 8, Pesedu, 9, Nedu, 10, right? So we're counting to 10. What you said was you was talking about particular groups of people, right? But even in those groups of people who can't, the Kimenu groups of people, they have various different skin colors. So when we go back to Wilkinson's piece, right? When we go back to Wilkinson's piece, I'm saying to Pan-African James, this is a better way to kind of understand the difference between the Nahesi herds and the Kemet herds. The Kemet herd has people from North Africa, and people, and they marry into people in Mitni and stuff like that. So they have the most diversity, right? They even have diversity outside of Africa. However, right, they created a term to show you what their origins were. What they most respect is the dark. No matter what these people are, these red bones and light skins, fine, they're part of Kemet. But the most important hereditary group is from the Kemet cattle.
You got
Right?
it. Yeah, I got
Which is
exactly what you're
good,
saying.
but that
But
was not the question from
yeah,
my
yeah,
other brother. His
yeah,
question
right,
about
right.
Amun. So let me share my screen real quick so we can
So hold on,
actually
I don't
go
want
through
to
why I
argument. I
said
just
it.
want to just
No,
want
we're
to
not going to argue, but we just need to
nah,
make
I just want to
education
reiterate
for
my
you, brother.
question real fast though. When you say Amun, because I learned things from listening, and when I listened to Dr. Ben's um what is it? Nubia, mother of Egypt, and he talks about that, and a lot of that information gets stuck in my head. So
We about to go to it right here. So when I said the Pasejet and I was trying to think of the word after it, I couldn't think of it. You said Kamenu. I said, yeah, that one. That's because it means 8, what you just pointed out. And then I had said Ogdoad before that because that's what it's referred to as y'all can see on the screen. The Ogdoad were 8 primordial deities worshipped in Hermopolis at the time. He was asking how old was Amun? And as you can see, these 8 here, we're going to use Saber Reggie's analogy. He calls it Ankh. He says Amun, Amunet, Nu, etc. Ker, Kerhet, Hehu, Hehuet, right? So when we go into this here and we look at it, let's go into it real quick. We can see that from this town, we get Amun. He was around in the old times. So this is the question that I was actually answering. And this, you'll see him under actually Kerhet and Ker, but you'll see Amun and Amunet
That
right
changed.
there in later times.
That changes because of syncretism, right?
Yes,
So when they began to worship Amun as the singular god, they took him out of the Kemenim, right? They took him out
yes.
of and they gave him another name. But okay, so me and you, we never have a problem. It's just when people ask questions, right, about things that we're really not talking about, right? Because we weren't really talking about that.
My bad, Reggie.
No, it's okay. But I'm just trying to say is that there's a difference between their symbolism and what the people actually look like. So, so I don't know if Brother Henry's question
It
is
was answered. It was answered. I just want to. My bad,
answered.
Reggie.
How was it answered? See, I'm 59 years old. I'm a little upset, not with y'all, but when listen, we got a lot of good content when we arguing with these people. And I don't know if you're a magi. I don't see you too much on the meta nature teachings that Smash does and Asar does and Christopher does. So I don't really know where you are, right? I don't really know where you are. I know where Pan African James is because when we
I'm
get
beginning on the learning the script, so that I'm more
okay,
of.
so when we're talking to these bozos, right? You have to cut them in half and show them no mercy, right? Because they will muddy the water, right? So their whole thing is taking black out of context. Black is a translated term from Kim. Kim means Kim. What English, German, whatever else, French, whatever else they want to say, even Coptic, these are not the ancient people. The ancient people used the word Kim and made it sacred. Once you make it sacred, then it has more to do with multiple things, right? In an abstract, than it has to do with a damn color. So we're arguing, Ankh is trying to force us into thinking that we are saying that the Kemet people had black skin. You could translate their skin to be their black people, right? African people, as opposed to North Africans who later North Africans, not the early North Africans. But they're trying to trick us to take the European fake ass translation of Kim and they take everything out of context. But at least early with Herodotus in them, they called them Melis, right? Dark. They try to trick us into saying that the ancient people of the Itaru, of the top of Tawi were exclusively black. They were black in the kind of in the relationship that we build, but they weren't all black skinned. They would like to be, in their supernatural, they are the blackest of the black. They want to be the perfect black. That scares the bejeebers out of Egyptology. That's why they can't deal with the black cattle and can't deal with the red slaughter cattle, right? And so they don't even want to mess with the hedge cattle because they know that the hedge cattle means bright, doesn't mean white, right? So maybe I'm just being a little hard, but at the end of the day, I'm on the battleground with these people. I speak to them directly. I'm one of the people who have to come smash to a sawdust, right? I cannot play with them. I can't play with their connotations and their BS when they get up there and say, I owe Karakuni an apology. If anybody watched the video, I don't owe her nothing. Certainly not an apology. If anything, she owes me an apology for having an interview with me and not taking the time to read my work and read the questions that I was going to give to her. I still respect her for agency, for who she is. I just disagree. And disagreement does not mean disrespect. I disagree with her. And that does not mean disrespect. So for someone to say that me owes her an apology for a set interview that was supposed to be a discussion is out of their mind. Now, I'm not doing Egyptology. I don't do that, right? That's not what I'm doing. I'm doing African agency. Okay, I spoke enough. Stop sharing my screen. If y'all don't get this, if y'all don't get what I'm showing, if y'all don't get what I was showing here, then you don't get it. The people of the herd of Tawi look like this. The people of the herd of the herds of Nahesi. Nahesi has many different groups. The groups of polities, they look like this, from being red bone to being very dark to being red, right? They have a different uniform of cattle. The Kemet cattle look like this.
Brother Reggie, as you going through this, okay, so the people in the middle, these are different groups of Nahes.
That's
because
correct.
they're dressed a little bit differently as well. That's what I'm checking out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because if you look at the table of nations that we've shown that Asar was correct about, in one of the table of nations, you will find that there is no difference between phenotypes of the Naheshi and the Kemet people. And maybe I'll stop sharing my screen and I'll share that with you. If you don't understand what I'm saying about herds, then you just don't understand. This is how they thought about, this is how they thought. If you want to make it, if you want to use your American whatever thinking, you're wrong. You're wrong. You don't know the subject, right? You're playing games. So you got me grumpy, upset. Why? Because I've been arguing with all of these groups for 6 years, right? So so when I argue with them, everything is on the line, right? My information is on the line. Some of you can just play with them and come on and make some comments, right? Make some comments. Those are not your arguments. The arguments started 6 years ago, right? So we make the mistake of saying, when we say Black people, we don't necessarily mean skin color. What we mean is the context in which we communicate in, right? Okay, so here we go, Table of Nations, Ancient Egypt, Table of Nations. Let's just see this, let's see this one right here. So, and if you're talking to me, you haven't been to Kemet, you haven't been to museums, be very goddamn careful. Just be damn careful, okay? I'm just telling you, right? Because then, even if you're my friends or the people that we're working with, right? Be very careful, right? Just know when to hold and when to goddamn fold, right? Don't try to best me, because you're not gonna best me, right? So if you look over here, right? In the Table of Nations in Ramses' tombs, Ramses is 3. Here is the Ramesh. Here is the Nehesi. What's different between the Ramesh and the Nehesi? What's different? Can anybody ask me? Can anybody tell me except for a Sankh? What's different?
The only thing that I can see that's different is the spelling of the words. But the picture graphs, they look pretty much similar, even the dress. So I don't know what. Yeah, if you look at how they're dressed from both of those, the only thing that maybe you could be in this particular picture is what's.
I happen to have a degree in computer science that allowed me to program and to understand, to quickly classify things to how can I say, to make.
Okay, yeah, you can see it better. And now he has his kilt in the back has some different stuff that I'm seeing. But other than that, they look very similar.
Kilt in the front.
Yeah, he got 3 of them, and but see, that's too close to call. I mean, you got to be really paying attention to see all that. But
you gotta pay attention.
Huh?
You gotta
but you could read, if you can read what it says in front of them, that probably would give you a better clue as to who they are, right?
No, we know who they are. That's not the problem. The problem is, can you say from what the ancient people wrote in their damn primaries, right? In their sacred primaries, right? That this person is really no different than this person, but very different than these people. Mm-hmm. These are 4 herds. Then if you go down, right? So if you go down, right? So this is another illustration, right? Where they have a different view. So here the Nehesi is darker, but the Ramesh is a little browner. But what are they trying to say? What are they trying to say here? Because over here is the Ramesh, which people do not see. You see this light person here?
Yeah.
You see this dark person here?
Yeah.
Okay, do the damn multiplication and you get this person right here. He's wearing a uniform that I said, right?
Yeah, he got the kilt.
You're right, he got the kilt and the skin color, right? He has some type of helmet on or something like that, hat on, right? Okay, do the multiplication between these 2 people. What do you get?
I guess you get the same people with the variation of color.
You get this person right here, which is in the middle. One thing I know, these people know how to build damn pyramids. They know how to divide, right? So let's just go down. The Totemism, right? The Totemism, right? So in this particular case, he has the uniform, like I said, black hair, body out, skin color, and a linen cloth. Here, he has, this Nahesi has his skin color out, but his hair is usually not black. Hair is very important in the hair, body tone, and uniform.
Yeah, this is interesting right here as well, because you're showing them from different. I wonder, as far as time periods. That Seti one, who was that? Menefer,
Mary Patah.
Miriam Patah, and then the last one is Ramesses the second.
Yeah, they're out of yeah. Ramesses the third.
So yeah, but if you look at all this, if you just even put those three different facsimiles together, or whatever, however you want to call it, then yeah, this is pretty consistent. These people are more alike than they are not alike.
The people of Africa is more alike.
Yes.
They're
Even the
more
people that they're saying that's out of Africa are similar in all renditions as well. So these people, I mean, they had a pretty good idea of who was who.
right. Who's calling me? I know
You
it's
don't get no pushback from me on this. I mean,
I'm gonna have to stop sharing for a while. So we talk. But we're looking at herds, like cattle herds. So when you go to male Hepri, right? Here's Mayor Hepri, Mayor Hepri, right? When you go to him and you look at this here with the images here, right here. Here's Mayor Hepri. So if you like my work, thank you. If you read my work, thank you. If you understanding my work is a little bit different. Liking, right? Liking my work, but understanding it is two different things. Mayor Hepri, he is a Kemet, right? He is a Kemet. He is he's paying respect to the 7 cows, female cows. There's 7 cows, and he's paying respect to the husband, right, of the cow, right? I don't know if this is rebus that says this is Kametu, or meaning or something a rebus for Kemet, but he is the husband of the cows. That's him. Who's the husband of the cow? The black bull. He can have many. He can copulate with any of these cows. Their children are going to be different, but he is the standard, and he is the black bull. Don't do Egyptology with me. Egypt is a fake freaking word. Egyptology, Egyptians are fake Greek words. I'm gonna leave, I'll come back.
Yeah. Brother Salt, where you at? Yeah, I agree with that totally. I mean, like I said, I've read your paper, as well as just looked at the many presentations on this. So it's no guesswork with me. But go ahead, brother Salt.
Yeah, he on point with that. And then like we answered the other day on his channel, we was on Sonetta's channel, and then we flipped over to his channel, the House of Consciousness of Saber Reggie. Make sure y'all tune into that. The difference is the sashes in the front. So when you see the sashes in the front, you're going to see the difference in who's who. Because a lot of times the Nahesi and the Egyptian, you can't tell them apart. The other thing is, one, the Egyptian usually wears the Shinek necklace around his neck, and the Nahesi wears the sash across his chest. But when they both dress alike, because their priesthood evolves from the same thing, when they both dress alike, the only way you can tell them apart is from the sashes in the front of their clothes. That's why you've seen the Nahesi had 3. You've seen that the Egyptian had 2. And so when I asked the question because of Hui's tomb, you got a bunch of them there, and this is why he showed me the set picture, because they said they had sashes as well, right? They said they had sashes. When you see the sashes, that's how you could tell the difference. If you don't
Like,
see
check this
sashes,
out. Hold on, watch this. So this was like this kicks it all the way off. Am I making a mistake here? Bam, let's check this out. So this kicks it off, right?
This is one of them. Yup, this is Narmer's palette.
So this is where the unification of the two lands kick in at, right?
Yeah,
now,
this is one.
He in this rendition, he has a bull's tail. That's what he has back here.
That's right.
He has the bull's tail. So he's already letting you know, just like Brother Reggie is saying, that they want to be associated with being a bull and a particular type of bull. So what's crazy about this is the first rendition of Norman. I don't know when this was made, but I think this is one of the oldest things that they have of Norman, right?
First Dynasty. Yep.
Yeah, so they already doing this. And let's see, this is what I kind of trip on. Now, they saying this is the first dynasty, but they already doing stuff like this. Like this type of artwork or this type of craftsmanship, to me, is pretty extensive at this point in the first dynasty. So what I'm kind of trying to wrap my head around, you got the cow and the horns, and this is Heru. This who this is, right?
Yep. This is Heru.
Yeah, okay. So she's already associated with the cow as well.
I'm sorry. That's Ba'at. Yeah.
Yeah, so and that's even an older rendition of Heru, right? So with Bot, and from a chronological perspective, Bot would be older.
Yeah, Bot is basically Nakata and all that, right?
Right. So
you see Narmer's name at the top.
When we look at this, and this is supposed to be Narmer in the formation of a bull,
slaying his enemies.
Yeah. So bam. So what this brings credence to what Brother Reggie's already. This is the first dynasty.
Yes.
So we already see what Brother Reggie said. They already got this going on. First dynasty. So we could only suppose the stuff that we can't find, because if they already know how to do this, I gotta think some writing or something was going on before that first dynasty that they don't. What are they trying to say that the writing started?
Gunther Dacker put it at about 4,000 BC, but that's after they tried to, base.
But okay, but they're saying that it ain't really no writing in this for this period, right?
No, 4,000 there is writing, because like I said, there's words on his. You see his skirt.
Right. It's got the bot symbols right here. I don't know.
Go to the top. Go to the top.
Right here?
Go to the top. Very top.
Oh.
So if you zoom in, that's his name.
Yeah, I know that this catfish, and I don't know what this is.
That's the myrrh. That's the so that you it's like a chisel thing you hammer. So that's Narmer. It's the Nar fish and the chisel. So he's spelling his name already.
Right.
You got the rosette symbol to the left. You got Heru pulling the nose out of what I think is probably the Libyans. But remember, when I threw Saber Reggie the alley-oop when he had his discussion on here, I said, so let's go to the Cave of Swimmers.
Right.
Because when you go to the early Cave of Swimmers and all that stuff in Libya, where a bunch of Nahesi were at the time, you have the foundations of the original stelas. And that's why we pull up the cave rock art, because in the cave rock art, before you get these right here, you have it on the walls in the caves.
And what would be the date? You know, a time scale between that particular Narmer Palette and the Cave of Swimmers. Like what? How many? Maybe years or hundreds of
Thousands.
years. Yeah, you gonna
Cave,
go
let me see,
thousands?
cave. I believe it's some thousands. Let me see, cave of swimmers.
Yeah, I was pulling it up as you were saying it.
I think it's a couple thousand. Because UCLA will tell you most of this stuff starts around 8,000 BC. And so will some of the books that Bruggish and what have you write as well. The rock art at
Yeah,
Gebel.
here it is right here.
Yeah. What date does it say?
Oh, wait a minute. I got to go back.
It's located in Sura. Hold on,
It's going to.
I agree to your
Does it say right
cookies.
here?
The
It
rock
says
art.
history. It says 10,000 years ago right here. It says
10,000
there are
BC.
estimates to have been created as early as 10,000 years ago with the beginning of the African human period, when the Sahara was significantly greener and wetter than it is today.
Yes.
So they're
And they're
talking
trying
about
to
this
say,
goes on in the Green Sahara period.
and they're trying to say this is around 6,000 years old paintings in this other one.
What other one? Oh, what, you sharing something else?
I'm over here in the
No, go
the
ahead, you
rock
can share.
if Kev Bradshaw Foundation, but Bradshaw Foundation might be faking the funk. The older date would make more sense.
The one that I was sharing.
Mm-hmm. So right there, and as you scroll down, the paintings are estimated to have been created during the Neolithic 8,000 years ago.
No, hell no, because they was already at Naphtali by then.
8,000 years ago.
Yeah, but you circa, you know what I'm saying? But it, you know, you can go further. You can go to 13 or 14, 15. You can go shorter to about 8. But I don't never take these dates as anything concrete.
Exactly.
Because I know that they just, even based on that text that Smash was talking about, how they chopped off some years from what they originally said that they how they counted their years. They timed it times whatever and came up with a damn number of 3,000 years to deduce and make
They
that
do
number.
that,
So
Christians say
you don't know what.
Well, no, that was the Christian time frame. That's why most people who read the Bible think that the world is only 6,000 years old.
Right.
Because you take that Duke's date, and E.A. Wallace Budge was just coming back to get references to Christianity's original origins. Him and the other people commissioned, that's what Egyptologists do. And they go to Egyptological work to try to verify Bible information.
Right.
Basically.
Yeah, Garfield and them or something else.
Yeah,
I'm saying they doing all kind of wild. And you know what? So we gotta look, like I said, you look back on it, you know, it's like smash against the whole Armor Rock squad right now. If you just really want to just look at it like right now, it's like they all went one way and it just smashed against the whole crew. Because they all Voltroned it back up.
Basically.
And we know that they were all at odds on the same subject matter a couple of years ago. But now
they talk different now, don't they? They sound different.
Yeah, it's like, man, you would never thought that these people would have flipped it around like this. I would have never thought. If I would have dropped out the community for 5 years and came back, I would be totally shocked at what's going on right now. As who's saying what.
They all sound different too. None of them, you'd be hard pressed to find somebody with a similar argument amongst them right now.
Right, like somebody played a audio of Wu Jiao, and then they try to just wash that away. It's like that's when I was tripping.
the Montu and
Yo,
Sadiq.
he said that's what
How
that's
you
what he was tripping. When he was right, that's what he was tripping. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, what kind of, so but I'm just saying we come from a time, you know, Asar, you know, I was born in 69, right? But we come from a time, me and you, right, and Brother Reggie, we come from a time when the black and I'm proud era came along. That was
Yeah.
in the infant. That was when my year was the year that them songs and all that kind of stuff was coming about. And so growing up in that, you know, the aftermath of that, and you know, it seemed like everything was like, I ain't saying everything was hunky dory because we was still young and kids, so it seemed that way. But as we get older and the crack era come, and all of the things that have happened, the stuff that we learned about this country and the stuff that we've been miseducated about, it's just funny to me that they don't understand that we still at war. It's like, man, everything's been conceded and everything's hunky dory to me right now. But that ain't what, when you look on a global scale, that ain't what we seeing.
That ain't how they acting when you get money neither. I tell you that real quick, because I don't get treated like other people get treated.
Well, I think that
like a
got something
threat.
to do with our age too, because once you get a certain age, you are less of a threat.
No,
So
they
that you
think
got to
I'm a
also
problem.
put that into the
And
equation.
we older.
Yeah.
So I'll be 50 this year. So for them, they think I'm a problem. Everything is an issue. And by the way, this is some of those old arguments. This is from 5 years ago. Kemet the Black Land. Short grammatical discussion on the word
Well, hold on.
Kemet.
Where'd you see Kim at the Black Land at? Oh, yeah,
It's
way
right
down
down here.
there. Okay, yeah, I see it now.
The word Kemet, the adjective, and does it become a noun? Kemet, when I'm breaking old country names in their history.
That's 4 years ago.
You're still getting it wrong. Yes. All this is 4. This one here is 5. I'm on the live stream with Netcha Nab and them when Asar Emetep and them debated. And then they asked, they was like, anybody want to hop on? I tried to hop on. They was like, nah, not him, not him. I said, all right, then y'all know what it is.
Right.
So this is when we start talking grammatically about the discussion. And this is where the problem really catches for them.
At the
And I didn't
5-year
do
mark.
a million videos. Yeah, it's not necessary to do a million videos. I guess if you just want the people's ear on it, yes, because they're gonna make daily videos. So why not, combat each one too? But I ain't got time for that. When I broke it down, what happened was they wanted the challenge on it. We went into a hangout, a Google Hangout. In the Google Hangout, it was me, Ujao, and Rob Bourne. So they were saying some stuff, then I broke down what I had to break down, and I said, you can find it in the dictionary. It was like, no, you can't. No, you can't. Rob Bourne opened up one of the links that I left in there because I was at work doing it. And he was like, so why is it saying Kemet? Why is it saying Kemet the Black Land? Why is it got Kemet here? Why is Kem mean black? And they couldn't really answer because in the dictionary, that's what it was. So then I do this other video because he felt a certain way. Everybody in the chat from what's his name? The Hebrew brother that be on Side Netter. They was all in there, they seen it, so they knew what it was. Like, yo, it was a wrap. So the discussion was over. I let Ujao come on the show and I said, I'm gonna just let you talk, brother. You ain't gotta, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just let you talk because I know you feel a certain way. So I let him talk and then he ran on his channel. Oh, see, we won the debate. I was like, what the heck is he talking about? So
yeah, I'm disappointed
yeah,
in a lot of people at this point, but it is what it is, man.
This was like,
I don't even really know how to even, just to look at some of the stuff they do and think about like where we came from, and how I know that these people wasn't saying this in 1989 and 90. Like now, they wasn't saying that. Like we had a full understanding when Public Enemy came out what was going on. You know what I'm saying? You know what? Like what? Like how do you get up out of that? And then they said that it's a bad thing. Now hold up, and then when you go back to Dr. Clarke in 1973, if you really paying attention to what the elder's saying, he's not saying what they're saying. And it's like then they try to turn around, they weaponize what he said as if that's what he's saying. But I understand what he's saying because I've listened to him multiple times on multiple occasions. He's talking about a people must be tied to their land mass where their homeland is. So you can't use black as just one thing. You can't just use black and say we black. You have to tie yourself to your homeland. So where is your homeland at?
But not only that, Dr. Clarke is like them in this discussion. He didn't read the Metal Nature.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even denote
So
what he was talking about. And then in that conversation that he was having, you can't denote what he's talking about because all he's talking about is tying yourself to your homeland, where you're from.
Yeah, but you can't really put that into the Metal Nature conversation because he didn't read the glyphs. And not only is he on record as saying the ancient Egyptians was black, which they really don't want us to play those, right?
Yeah, let me go look that up. You know
yeah, go dig those up. He said this. He said, go on and play what he actually said. So the black ancient Egyptians and all that stuff. And so for you, because the era we come from, it looked like, and you heard me explain this to Brother Flag, it looked like we talking to a bunch of sellouts because you could never imagine anybody in our time talking like this.
I would have never thought.
You could never imagine
from where we came from.
Anybody
denouncing that and then acting as if we're disassociating that from Africa as well.
Yeah, are you crazy?
That is one and the same.
And we way over really here in America
with leather, red, black, and green African medallions on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? In the 80s.
Yeah.
But but you know what? Just pay attention to this right here, Asar. This is the same attack. Let's watch this. If you look back on the black exploitation era, if we really pay close attention to that and to all of what Hollywood has been doing, they've always been attacking black. So the Black Power struggle or the red, black, and green movement, that's probably what's best for our people is some type of unity up under this. But either which way it go, look at the Mac, okay? The Mac was a pimp. What was his brother? And what color was the hat that he had on when he had the conversation with him? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
His brother had the red, black, and green.
Red, black, and green.
Yeah, he had that on. And his brother was like, man, you think I'm gonna quit messing with getting this money? You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's go to car wash.
Anytime I sell a piece of dope and
hold up. But watch this. Let's go to car wash.
He was on Magnum PI. He was on Magnum PI. Go ahead.
No, let's go to Daddy Rich. Remember when Daddy Rich showed up with the limo with the pointer system?
You got to believe.
Yeah, no, hold up. Remember, watch this. Bill Duke. What color was the hat that he had on, and what was he talking about? He was talking about, man, I need to get out of this church and we need to get on some black power. And he was like, no, he was talking about this dollar. See what I'm saying? So this is a subtle attack that they've been doing to keep our people from unifying up under black. It's been going on a long time.
Not a long time from day one.
Yeah, from day one. So we just ain't, I'm talking about just in the movie industry. So we can go up to our modern era. So we can go to Menace to Society. Remember the brother Sharif? His daddy had taught him about Islam and whatever. He was trying to change. He was the sucker in the whole crew. Out of all of everybody that was shooting each other, and they were the heroes in that movie. Go to Boys in the Hood.
Hold on.
You had Furious. He was teaching his son, Trey. Trey was the mark out of all of it. They were looking at Trey like he was the mark. He was dressing nice and working at the mall. He had a job. His daddy was teaching him. He had a daddy in his life. So see, look at how they be playing us. And then when you look at it, the kid like, man, I don't want to be Trey in the movie. I don't want to be Dim in the movie. I don't want to be the Max brother in the movie. So just look at how they've been planting these seeds from day one, man. We need to really start catching those stuff how they systematically doing this. But anyway,
hey James, but you got to remember that any society that colonized another society, those in that particular society who were the so-called shit in the society by the people, they shit on them in the new society, and then the ones that were at the bottom, they put them up and said, "This is who you want to be like, the buffoon."
Yeah.
That's how you keep them conquered and done. And yeah.
Yeah. So, but I'm just saying, but we've already been through this indoctrination. We see what the play is, but now we just all N-words. Yeah. We can't use that wisdom and looking at the trick that they played on us to try to help the next generation. Now we need to get out the way. We ain't even black no more. Yeah, but that's what they use the subjugators. They used all that, the subjugators, red line. Like, that's over with, they think.
Yeah. Well, you got to look at a couple things too, though.
And I'm not trying to preach
they're
nothing
going
like
under
no.
the construct that's pushed in the USA. And if you're going under the construct that's being pushed in the USA, then of course you feel demonized by black because you think that's how black has always been. They saying stupid stuff. We're pulling up the artifacts showing you that black people called themselves black people before anybody did. And they keep saying, no, see, the Greeks put that on us. No, so-and-so did that. No, stupid. Here's the artifact, the primary resource. We said this because it was divine. It was God. The God was black. White people was putting black bitumen on their skin so they could match the God of the universe to be infinite when they passed away. And you trying to say black is demonized. You out your natural mind. You just don't respect who you are. And that's what I started to notice. I'm like, look, anytime a black scholar come up, oh, I knew he was full of it. Really?
I'm at the park right now, Magic Johnson Park in LA, reading the Jonathan Owens book.
Johnson Park.
Yeah, it's called Magic Johnson Park, right on 120th and Avalon. And look what I'm reading. I'm still finishing up.
Black like Osiris. The magic, the heck up.
But yeah, I don't know, man. I wanted to play this video or something that happened in Africa this week that I thought is profound. I'm just going to show what I want everybody to go look at, man. Everybody, I'm not going to play it, but I want everybody to go look at this here. If y'all see this, y'all screenshot this video right here, the title right here. This video just came out this week. But
Can you put it in the back chat?
Yeah, I will. But I thought, man, this is very profound because what he's talking about, he's telling the Sudanese that they're not Arabs.
No.
Oh, yes.
This is going on right now. I'm just trying to let people know because they say that the people on the African continent don't know what's going on, or they don't know that they're black. And look how dark this brother is.
They've been brainwashed. But
yeah,
it's not.
But watch this. But I'm about to watch this. What is his name? President
Museveni, something like
Museveni.
Yeah, Museveni.
Him, man. When y'all listen to what he says about this, because we got to understand this is an ancient war. We got to hold that line in Sudan because if they push down, they're going to be off into the greener parts of
the oldest war on planet Earth is right there.
Yeah, so we got to understand what's going on. As warriors on a planet, on a globe, that man, this war is still going to. We talking about what happened 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, but they're talking about what's going on right now in Sudan. We're totally oblivious to what's going on.
No, we've already been covering this for about 4 or 5 years as well. So
and watch, if you would listen to what he says, he's going to say, "Man, y'all are black first." He said, y'all ain't no Arabs.
Listen, the issue is not that they don't know that. If you're going to get killed for saying it, you're going to stop saying it. Do you understand that?
Yeah,
he pointed this out 4 to 5 years ago when they first started making the dam to try to cut the water off. Then they start pressuring this other group of Ethiopians to fight another group of Ethiopians. And then Ethiopia said, well, we're at the heart of where the water comes from. We can cut it off on this side. In Egypt, you have to deal with whatever. And I've been putting this in a group I have called Heck in the Chair for a long time. Like, you see they beefing over this water. You see they beefing over this. Now, when Darfur first started off, which is the city state, when the war in Darfur first started off, remember they was blacks, but they was giving money to some of the blacks to come over to the Arab side. And you had that one general do that, and then that war, which made South and North Sudan take place. This is like in the 80s and 90s. When that takes place, we watching this like, word, y'all tripping like that? Now it's to the point where Southern Sudan is they don't have it because why? Nobody's funding them. All the funding for Northern Sudan is coming from the Arab side.
Yeah, you
And when
correct. You
that's
correct. You
happening,
correct, sir.
Good statement. But one
I
thing
mean,
about
it's
that,
just really
wait, let me
wild,
say
bro.
this
If you
one
just
thing to
really know
that.
what's going on.
Hey,
yeah.
Star, you know the Southerns though, what pissed me off, although they do have the animist and the indigenous culture, they're predominantly the Christian end.
Well, you can't fault them for that because what happened at the end of Egypt?
Yeah,
If you
true
wasn't Christian,
yeah,
you wasn't going to get no
yeah,
business. And so once they did that, remember the king
yeah,
of Ethiopia had to fold.
yeah,
Najasser had to fold to the Muslims when the Muslims came through, and before him, the king of Ethiopia had to fold to Christianity, or you wasn't going to do no business with the outside clans. This
yeah.
created a problem.
Okay.
And so
Yeah,
when
yeah. He
Africa
was.
stopped recognizing its own wealth and worth, this is when economics became an issue for the black person. So
Yeah,
I
man.
can't
Well,
fault them for doing any of that. Remember, they had to
Yeah,
become Coptic. Remember, they
yeah,
shut down the last Egyptian per Ankh was shut down. The brother wrote his inscription on it, and after he wrote his inscription, we going to this Coptic church, Jesus, and all that other mess came through.
oh
So
man, yeah,
not a whole bunch you could do, you know.
yeah,
yeah.
They
See, but
forced
that's
them.
just being honest about what happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, and people don't understand the closing down of that type of structure harmed Africa because that's where you get your tax system and all of that got destroyed. You see what I'm saying? And so
and then Pan
now they've taken your structure and took it all the way around the world and got us paying taxes.
hey
But
Pan,
see,
also you gotta remember the boats, the ports was closed, and the outsiders started control. When they controlled the ports, we can't get hotel resale in on from whole stocks and stuff from, let's say, Ghana to New York to all the way to Oakland. You know, to infiltrate us. We got to buy ours retail from the Arab or the Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
When they
Why?
close the
Because
boats,
you won't
really our
because
military,
you
we need
won't go to Africa
our
and set
navy.
up shop.
That's
No, go
it.
set up
That's
shop
what
in Africa. You don't
Garvey
have
wanted
no
to do with
access
the
to
boat.
military
Yeah, and Garvey
inventory.
and Garvey wanted to do that with ships. He wanted us to
Yeah.
have boat access to shipping so we could get wholesale stuff.
Yes. And that's why I'm looking at doing even just the simple stuff. Like I was going to buy a hotel over there. My partner went and brought a corral over there. My other
In
partner
Africa,
just
in
moved
Ghana,
back. Yeah. We looking at
what
grabbing
James Small
something
doing?
because
Okay,
we got land in Senegal already. And then I'm
man.
looking at grabbing something over in Tanzania with my other partner because he got something in Tanzania. But what I'll end up doing is nothing major, but it'll provide for them economically and it'll help me over here. If they
Yes.
become a warehouse and I could get my books and different things printed from over there, now we just directly supplying and it opens up what we needed to open up. That's it.
Hey, I'm sorry, it'd be good for you to hook up with Professor Small because him and a lot of the, I think Leonard Jeffries and his wife, they got
They got the
property over there,
hotel.
resorts over there already.
They got the hotel over there.
You already
They,
know,
they
yeah, that part. Yeah.
yeah. They've been building that hotel for weeks. I've talked with Professor Smalls, but what I'm trying to do is different, you know, and
Okay.
they provide income, and what we would do is provide income where they be working directly.
Yeah.
Because the average, let me tell you, Gambia's average income is like $300 a year. Some of them
Man,
is 150 a year.
American dollars.
Yeah. So if I go
Wow.
over there and I'm giving, you know, I got like 10 employees and let's just raise it. I'm giving you 1,000 a year. You're gonna start to be upper echelon of your culture. Then you're gonna
man,
save
I'm
money.
telling you, I talked to some brothers from the continent about that back many years ago. They told
Mhm.
me I can't do that.
Wow.
We already
What was their
doing it.
reason?
That's
Man,
why
What
we
was
I'm
invest
telling you,
there.
man. Look,
Yeah.
they said before you do that, the government and everything else is gonna be involved before you
Oh
start.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what they told
No,
me. They
you just
already
want to
broke
set up
that.
shop.
They broke that down because that's the dream. To try
Yeah.
to be able to do something exactly what you're saying to be able to help both sides. You know what
Well,
I'm
no, you
saying?
can already do that. People are just scared and you
Yeah,
get
well, I guess
deterred.
I'm
But
telling you, I
when
got a
you
brother.
go,
I can
yeah,
show you a
my
video
partner,
of a
like I
brother
said,
right
he
now.
already owned a corral in Tanzania. So it's not like it's not being done. We already doing it.
Right.
JT, the bigger figure, he already over there owns some stuff.
Trap Flicks. Yeah, he over there.
My partner Ahmed owns some stuff. We got some of the land in Senegal. We got a full-blown farm over there. We good money. We was trying to get some Acoin, but Akon don't seem to be doing nothing with that property. So I ain't messing with it till he get it together. But
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do is just set up like a warehouse over there. Once we set up the warehouse, we'll be good to go. And then I'll hire my people in the warehouse to do what they do. And then it'll be what it is. That'll be that. And I'll have my property over there because you gotta live over there, pay taxes. It'll be 6 months here, 6 months here, and that'll be that.
Also, some defense, put some type of, military like Fruit of Islam, somebody to hold it down.
Well, you just pay the
Man, hell
government and
no.
get the guns you need. That's it.
That
He
part,
said
but
the
But
you
Fruit of
gotta have.
if you
Islam.
I just,
if you
how I
supplying
said,
a job, you
Nah,
don't really
nah.
need that.
Look, I said hell no.
Yeah,
I
you
just said
supplying a
$5.
job, you
They
don't
don't
really
even got
need
no
that.
guns around here. Like, how you expect them to? You need
No, I
just like
said
a
the
son
reason
said,
I
you
said
need
it
to go
like
hire
that.
somebody
The reason the
over
reason
there.
I'm saying it for them. If you didn't understand why, I meant somebody of the caliber that will fight at least if they have to, and know what they fight. We know their whole objective is totally different, but I'm just saying somebody that's trained and a Sarim Khan, he trains martial arts, so I know he know a plethora of people.
You know, but you don't even like. I know we help the
And I
brothers
just
with
don't want it to fall
steps.
like Black Wall Street, where they don't have no army to defend it if something happens.
Well, you don't really need to defend nothing out there. You just
Okay.
need to be an entity, and that's the thing. We think of our people as a problem. Our people ain't a problem. The problem is when you go over there and you try to set up shop, and when you set up shop, you're causing enmity or you trying to tell people what to do. They're going to do
Yeah.
what they want to do. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's their
Yeah.
country. They move how they move.
Yeah.
But as you set up shop and people are working for you and making money and you just become an entity, then two things happen. One, the US benefits because you're bringing product, and Africa benefits because you're creating economics.
Right.
So when you do
Solid.
that,
Solid.
it's not
Yeah.
really a
Solid.
headache. Yeah.
Yeah. They'll defend it themselves. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you
they
could
was
become
if
a
they was
billionaire
smart, they would
silently
have
by
set up.
doing that.
But hold on, if they were smart, they would have set this up. See, I've been in business with like a pair from longer than most. So if they were to, I noticed like I think it was in Trump's era, he did something with the tariffs, and African tariffs were always the highest out of any country that we could export to anyway. So if they were really trying to make something better for African Americans, they would at least make our tariffs with Africa cheaper than anybody else's. See, that's the type of shit that
No,
I
they're
be
going to
thinking
treat you
about.
just like they cheat
No, they don't
anybody
treat
from
us
out of
like
town.
they do. I'm telling you, I could ship to the UK cheaper than I could ship to Africa, and that's what the problem is. That's what I'm telling
That's
you.
because they're
So,
going to treat you
but
like
what
I
I'm
said,
saying,
like any
if they really wanted to
outsider,
make
because
it
they know
work,
you got money. They trying to get your money.
no,
So
it ain't got nothing to do with that. It's got something to do with how the government has set up the tariffs between the countries.
yes, the
Would it
That's
be
what you gotta
tariff,
government knows
James?
the
understand.
US
James,
dollar
would
is
it be
worth a certain
like
amount.
taxes,
They're
tariffs?
going to press you so that they
Yeah.
can get your money.
Yeah,
That's what
tax
it's
you.
all
Yeah.
about.
So hold on. What are you saying? So are you saying that this the African countries doing this?
Yeah, of course.
Nah, that
Look,
ain't what's going
when
on.
Europe comes over, yes, that's what it is. If you know
No, that
anything about
is
the
not what's
economic
going on, bro.
structure, it is.
No,
And I'll tell you how it goes
I'm
over
gonna tell
there.
you why
So
it's not. Watch this, because what it goes on is the currency of the country's dollar. So if Europe and America had the highest currency, then that affects your tariffs. See what I'm saying?
yeah.
Your
And
tariffs.
so
Okay.
guess what
Then
you do?
Yeah.
Guess
off in
what you do?
Africa, their currency is very, 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 very low. Their
Exactly.
dollar
So
is
what
almost
happens when they
zero
know you
compared.
got
So
money?
that's what the problem comes in when you're doing foreign trade, bro.
You just said what I said. What happens when they know you got money? They're gonna charge you a higher price. So
No, no, he's not saying that. He's not
No,
saying
that's
that,
not what I'm
Asar.
saying.
He said straight across the board by them being so low that they have to even whatever there is, they're lower than us over here as far as their money, their worth.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what's
So
going
if
on.
your
That
money
is what
is
the
worth
problem is.
less than
You got to
mine,
do
when you
what you
come
got.
over to
You got to
do
do what
business,
Zimbabwe
guess what I'm gonna
did.
do?
It's
I'm
one
gonna
on the
hike
gold
up the
standard.
price
Hold
on
on.
you.
You got to do what
You're not
Zimbabwe
listening.
did last month. They went on the gold standard. See what I'm saying? That is what they don't want us to
That's
do.
what we've been asking all the Africans.
Well, Zimbabwe
but
just did it last month, bro. That's all I'm
hopefully
telling
they
you.
stick to it. Because
Well,
like
that's
I
what
said,
they just did.
they
So
tried to do it. Yeah, so
he
did a
said,
couple other
"Try
countries
go
that
with the
Van
man."
Cap and the 700 Club pimped out and ended up making Rwanda. Hopefully they stick to it. This is what I'm
Okay.
talking about, because I'm talking about the history of it, right?
Yeah.
So when
Okay.
you
Well,
talk
you went
about
away. Yeah, you went back to Rwanda. My bad. I'm just
right,
talking about what's
so
going on right now. And I
no,
know,
because
and
we
you know, I
watching. You know,
know.
I watch all the time. I'm with you.
You know, I know what's going on
I
because,
know.
yeah, when you said that, I was like, but we still got to fight though. So
Yes.
I mean,
And,
it
and
ain't over because when you look at what they doing, it's very disheartening what we see what we doing over here compared to what they doing over there. It seems like they're doing more than what we're doing, even recognizing who they are and all of that, right? And they're in a time period where it's like a renaissance and we don't even recognize it. It's like we trying to divorce ourselves from when we look like we finna get in our greatest position that we've been in a very long time. They don't even know it though. But in a minute, if you look at it, if this dollar were to fall and Africa were to get any type of footing with their currency, a lot of people will be swimming from across the Atlantic the other way, meaning that they wouldn't be trying to swim across the Mediterranean to get to Europe if their currency wasn't so lopsided. If African got a strong currency, that means that the people will stay home. So that's what the global agenda is, for your homeland to have a currency that's as strong as the other people. You see what I'm saying? When you're thinking globally. But people over here arguing about things that I don't even think we need to be arguing about when you're looking at what's going on the global front right now. Yesterday or today, Macron just said that Europe may die. Do y'all understand do y'all know who Macron is, the president of France? He said that today.
France.
He said that Europe may die soon. You're president of a country saying something like that powerful, you got to listen to that, especially if you're listening to what Dr. Clarke has already told us. All world wars is fought over the resources of Africa. Wow. And what is going on in North Africa with Libya, Mali, they all are taking back their resources right now.
From France.
So and it's a powder keg. What I'm saying is a powder keg going on right now. And we know we'll sleep at the wheel as to what may be about to occur.
Yeah, let me ask you this: what about South Africa dollar with China and Russia? What is it called? The what?
The BRICS.
The BRIC. I heard that's smashing the American dollar.
No, it's not. They have a long way to go. They're trying to get they're trying to get their
not smashing it to the point where it's lower.
That's a concept that's in waiting that they're trying to implement, but they have to got to get a central bank and all of that together first. That's just in its infant stage. They think they might be trying to start open up their central bank this year, if I ain't mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah, but you got all kinds of things that play from the Bitcoin to also everything. A lot of countries are trying to get away from this dollar, and from Europe at the same time. So it's a very volatile time for anybody to consider themselves any type of a warrior, which is a man, to be on this planet, because you got to pay attention to what's going on globally. If you calling yourself a warrior, even it's fine to talk about what happened in ancient time, because that's still a fight too. But we also got to look at what's going on in present day.
And you also have to look at the damn, I forgot what the man, I gotta wait for it to come back in my head. I had it in my head.
Hey, can y'all see that out there? You and James?
Yeah, that's nice right there.
Yeah, Magic Johnson came out here. This used to be called Willowbrook Park in LA, South Central, and they renamed it Irving Magic Johnson.
Right on.
Yeah.
Got a lake in there and everything. I might go fishing tomorrow. Go ahead.
A lake. You talking about
three houses from my house. And it's down the street, 3 blocks away. I can come over here and chill.
Right.
Peace to Magic. Go ahead.
you got to remember how the wars initially played out, because they keep acting like we lost to this particular country or something. We didn't lose to a particular country. We lost to a uh, unified effort from several countries.
A
So
continent. Okay.
we didn't, yeah, continents, because Greece and Rome got together and the Arabs and Persians was already doing their invasion. This is
Yeah.
how we lost. We didn't lose like the when it was 1-on-1, Hannibal went over there and burned Athens down. When they said, okay, that's enough, and the Italians and the Greeks and then the Romans got together, that's 3 countries versus one. 3 countries versus Tarseti. And then they
Wow.
roll up, and then it's a problem. And the Persians on top of that. You can't fight all of them. And so even in our early captivity here in North America,
Wait,
when they
Asar, hold up right there. Hold that
Congo,
point, because you got to
hold on,
say
let me
this.
finish it. Let me
Okay,
finish it.
okay, okay, okay.
So when you ran up on the Congo, you lost. You didn't win. After they beat you up, they was asking permission. Can we take captives that you guys have beef with? And then negotiations would happen with them and other kings. Same with Dahomey. They ran up on Dahomey and lost. You didn't win that fight with Nigeria. Nigeria beat your butt. Then they was like, well, this is what we can do because this is what we looking for. And Dahomey was like, well, yeah, I got plenty of them that I'm trying to get rid of. Here, let's do this. That also happens over in Ethiopia. That also happens in different areas to the point where once they
Hold
seen
on,
how
hold
weak
on.
we
So,
were,
so hold
got
on.
the port.
I gotta interject right here.
Wait,
So
before you
you
interject, I was
saying,
on one. I
well,
had
maybe
an
you using
interjection.
some.
I had an interjection. I had to get in. With
Okay.
Yeah,
Asar, I wanted to say, when you said those people were Russian, Tasseti or Kemet, with the connections at the simultaneous time, Kemet could have pushed down to the Congo, to the Nubians, to the Kushites, to all
they
of the
did.
black kingdoms, and I'm saying rally them to say, can't y'all see this is a skin game now? So all y'all, every time they attack you, we got to send soldiers over there to help. When you attack you, they got to send. What happened to that unit?
Well, they did. That's the whole thing. Remember, they went to Nehesi land and got beat up by the Kandakis. Because why?
Okay,
Ark and them
okay,
came down. It was like y'all tripping up there. Then Rome tried to come down and get busy and got their butt whooped by the Nehesi.
okay. You after for me? Go ahead, James. Whatever you was.
Yeah. So yeah, you definitely correct from a chronological perspective from what happened in Nubia. So that leaves a lot to be desired as far as like how this happened. And I don't, only thing I can think of is they just like Neil said, they didn't go in to the inter part of Africa and get enough soldiers
Yeah.
to defend it. But based on cultural differences, maybe that wasn't
Permissible.
yeah, you know what I'm saying, because even inside of our own self, we have different culture. So,
Yes, true.
but I was talking about from what Asar was saying about they didn't win as far as talking about the colonial period. Now I may agree with maybe the initial fight, but in the end, for Leopold to go in there and kill maybe 10 million people, something the hell happened.
Yeah. Cutting off hands and all that, man.
You know what I'm
Noses.
saying? For Leo, from the estimations I got, the man went in there and killed about 10 million Africans.
More
So
than that, I heard
something
more than
happened.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna just gloss over that. I don't know how was one man, a few people able to get in there and do something like that.
Hey, say it again, Asar. I like the way Asar say the homie. He say they like how many
The Hami had to be stopped from
Oh wow.
after, remember, this is what happens. The Europeans banned slavery,
Yeah.
and then the other Portuguese say, okay, we're banning slavery. The Hami's still doing it. He had to be stopped. They had to stop him.
Your
And then they
own
couldn't
homie did
stop
you.
him at first. He did, yeah, the original one of the older Dahamis, because there's several lines of Dahami. There's several kings. The first one didn't want to stop. He was like,
Wow.
no, and they couldn't do nothing to stop him.
And that strive from the Oyo kingdoms was used to beat up the homie and do them so bad. They said it no, and then we stop. We keep on sending Oyo.
Yeah.
And that's like Oyo, New York, yo, and West Coast LA, the homies. They still fighting.
Oh, yo.
Oh, we still scrapping, yeah. So watch this. When they go to South Africa, the only thing that messed up the Zulus from winning that war is Shaka Zulu's brothers got jealous and killed him when he was getting
Oh,
ready to press and push them off. King
yeah.
George was ready, they was ready to give up. They got their butts whipped. They came over with them guns. Shaka Zulu and them whipped their butts, took their guns, took some of their cannons, and was pressing them. His
Wow.
brothers formed a coup and killed him.
With his sister.
Then the Zulus start to lose
Yeah.
because you're not a strategist like him. He already said what he was about to do.
Man,
Wow.
He was to push them into the river.
That's
And
like
after
what's
he
going.
was
Hold
going,
on, yo, just listen to this. So, what you just described right there is the same little conundrum we dealing with right now. A fight from within.
Wow.
Ain't that deep?
Answer this one, James. Then you remember, I was taught this in school. They used to say in history, why is history important? And all the little kids in 8th grade, we're like, why? He says, let's look at Napoleon. Napoleon went into Russia. All Russia did, because they was used to that snow, is back up, burn their stuff, make them come further and further in, and then freeze his communications. Then let's go forward to Hitler. Hitler did the same thing. If he'd have read his history, he wouldn't have made that mistake.
Right.
So we need to read our. That's why it's important, so you don't repeat that stuff that Shaka's brothers did, and all that. I'm just using the name, but yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? Like I say, like when they be like I hate when they weaponize Dr. Clarke, and then you go listen to a Great and Mighty Walk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then when you listen to that, the first thing Dr. Clarke tell you, he was like, man, I was working for this white Jew. I don't know if she was Jewish. He was a lawyer, and he was working for him like part-time or whatever. And he told the story. He was like, well, hey man, you seem to be knowledgeable in history, and I'm just paraphrasing. He said, where could I find a book on my history? And he told him that, he said, John, you come from a people who have no history.
Wow, yeah.
That's what he told him.
That's real.
And then Dr. Clarke, he said that sent him on a quest to find his people in history. And then so now, if that, so they act like Dr. Clarke not saying that the Egyptians was black or something like that, but he associates himself with black. So when he got to the bottom of it, when he got to as far as he could go, he ended up in the Nile Valley, just like Sheikh Anta Diop, Theophilo Bega, and Dr. Ben. And
That's
everybody else that go back and start looking at this history, they always, anybody that's ever did any real study on this is going to find themselves in Egypt. Then you're going to wind up fighting with the people that's not black, claiming that they was Egyptian. And that's where we at right now.
Right now.
We can go back, man, from the time when we was kids, Neil. Our grandparents had us watching the 10 Commandments every Easter.
Yep.
Who the hell was the Pharaoh?
Come on.
Who was the
queen?
I
always like, hey, John, Pan-African, I always like one thing, James, the Ethiopian king and queen, the brothers, when
they come and look, father, the Ethiopians. You know what I'm saying? Like they were just minimal off in the situation. Now that you look back on it now, you be like, ain't this a bitch? You know what I'm saying? And then all the images be raw on the, you will see pictures of Ra, all about shit. And and Ramesses and Seti when he's stone white. Seti before he dies, he's white. Remember when they were talking about he was gonna give the kingdom to Moses, and then you know what I'm saying? He gave it to Ramesses instead because they could. And then in the story, when you watch that story, that's why you don't see Moses nowhere written in the history, because he's stricken Moses' name from all the books. See, it's like a comic book. When you listening to how they, I said, man, these people got game.
Yep.
Because they got ways to explain away why you don't see Moses. So when they go looking for it, y'all, we already know that Moses ain't gonna be there because they stricken his name from the record.
Yeah. Now, James, you never caught this.
Been played on us, bro, and I don't understand why people be playing with us like this.
Man, that's real. They just having their way. But that's a Jewish thing with Cecil B. DeMille and all those Jews that ran them first Paramount and still run Hollywood today. That's how they throw our vision. But I was going to ask you this: I know you've seen Black Panther the movie?
Yeah. So
you remember in the movie? A lot of people didn't catch this and Asar did. Asar does comic books. He draws comics, so he knows. But in 1966, Stan Lee wrote Black Panther. 1966, the Black Panther started. In the movie itself, who did the Panther fight for power for in the beginning? The Black Gorilla family. Remember the gorillas came out the mountain? Nobody was catching up. And they started 1966. That's just the trip.
But
So
no,
one
that dude, hold on, that dude got a whole pantheon of Egyptian superheroes. It ain't just Black Panther.
wow. Okay.
Go look up his whole Stanley's whole pantheon. He got a whole Egyptian pantheon of superheroes.
And
I'm gonna check that out.
Them folks been knowing, but see, when you learn your history, you find out that them folks been knowing our history.
Yep.
They been knowing this. So
that's
when
why
I
they outlawed us
then
from
when
reading.
you get this history, then you start to walking around, looking around, you start seeing obelisks and shit everywhere. You start seeing Hey Root everywhere. On TV, you start seeing them off in insurance commercials. They got something with they got a blue headed root bull for some type of insurance company that be coming on TV. You be like, man, that's headed root right there.
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't know that if you don't know your history. So why would they be using headed root for they logo for their company? Man, you got the sun disc in the middle of the cow's ears and the horns and everything.
Just like every church, you can go down the street and look at every church. Mathu Athar, I think his name is Mathu Atir. He does a lot of architect with brother Ashra Kwesi. You can look at every church and you'll see a Tekken and you'll see the pyramid. Yeah, that you talking about that Tekken series they did. They got like a 4-part series they did. That was a nice. People they don't, but see, that's way back in the day, Neil. Like a lot of these new people, they ain't never even seen that before. Man, and I know I did they thing on that.
Yes. If you notice, the Iowa Hawkeye it looked just like the Haru symbol. It looked just like
everywhere
and they push it. I've been trying to get one of those shirts because it's just the Iowa Hawkeye. And that was always my joint. Plus, it would match my Steelers color, so you already know what it is. But when it comes to the ancient wars and the different sets, most of these people would beat off those people. So when you look at the movies, like I was explaining the other night, when you look at The Gods Must Be Crazy, you're watching the Khoisan fight the Portuguese. Okay. Literally. Okay. Wow. When you go to 300, and they use the Khoisan in particular, like he's direct the Khoisan people, they over there with them actually doing the movie. When you look at 300, like I was saying the other night, you're watching the Persian version of Egypt go to war with Rome and Greece. So when the little girl, they pick up that little girl, she's dying, the 300. What happened to your? She said, they came with blackness. And
oh, yeah. Is that 300 or the second 300? That's the first. Oh, that's the first one.
That's the first one.
Yeah. I'm thinking of the other lady.
Yeah, they're trying to say that's Artaxerxes coming through. When you go to the immortals, and this is the part that most people miss with the immortals, anytime the Titans are mentioned, they're talking about the Egyptian gods, and therefore from grace under Zeus and who have you, right? So when they go to the Black Sea in the scene, and it appears like they're imitating blackface because a big tidal wave hits them and they're all covered in black. After the water hits them, they're telling you something, which has to deal with the big black, Kim Wer. So
that's what which I was talking about earlier. The water.
Their faces turn black after the water hits them, and they're looking around like they're in blackface for a minute. Then after that, they go and they fight the Titans. The Titans are people in blackface fighting on bars. And they're about to let the Titans out so that the beef could pop off and they stop it from taking place, etc., etc. So these movies are subliminal for a lot of you. But what they won't allow generally is for us to go make a rendition of the Egyptians that are black. They're not allowing in Hollywood us to make. Now they'll let them be white and every other. The other thing, if you go to the one with Michael Jackson's old girlfriend, when you see her play Cleopatra, her whole clique around her is black. They all black. Just her and Caesar. Everybody else over there is black. The priest come. Oh, the priest have said so and so. It's a bunch of black folks behind them.
What are
They
you
know.
talking about? I said I don't be watching too many fictional movies. So what are you
This is
talking about now?
Cleopatra. This is
The
Cleopatra.
Which Cleopatra? Not with which
It's
one?
the old one. The
With
old
Liz Taylor?
Liz Taylor. There her name is.
Okay.
That's Michael Jackson's old girl.
Yeah, now I know you're talking about the first one.
Yeah,
Here,
he went back.
I'm gonna
way
pull it
back
up
on
on
the James.
YouTube right now and show you. I'm gonna show
No, he
you
went
right
way back
now.
on the. He went back to the we used to watch.
Yeah, I'm
Ten
just
Commandments.
saying though.
Yeah.
Like,
Watch,
I had to
watch
get
me
my
do it to
bearings on
y'all
what he
real
was.
quick too.
I said, what Cleopatra movie? You know, they just had a new one where they was in an uproar in Egypt about some mixed girl playing the part.
Yeah,
No,
I
they
remember
had a
that.
documentary on Netflix.
Yeah. Well,
No.
it was supposed to be, you know, that's supposed to be like a new.
But you know who did that? You know who did that? Will Smith's wife.
Yeah, she was the director.
Helped the girl
Yeah.
do it. Yeah, the girl set it up. But
By
when you
Sarah,
go,
director, she had something to do with it.
yeah, watch. I'm a print.
Man, he finna pull up Elizabeth Taylor as a Cleopatra. This is crazy.
You
And
take us
when
back
I
to
do
deep
this, right?
Hollywood. That's deep Hollywood right there. What?
When I do this, and I'm gonna just pause it so you could just see the flick. I ain't gonna show make the sound or none of that. Okay, now first of all,
hold on, we don't see nothing.
I know I ain't sharing it. I had to get the scene because you know I can't play the sound.
Right. Yeah.
These cats is every time I see this, I'm like, wow, did they really
go to the
try
10
to put
Commandments
her
after this one?
at
So
the
or do I need to be pulling that one up next?
pull that one up next, right? So watch this. Here she goes. Right here they go. You see them, right?
They kind of blurry though, bro.
Okay, yeah.
They do look
I had to
African.
blow it up. I had to blow it
You
up a
see
little.
them,
Okay,
right?
bam. Yeah, okay, now I can see.
You see, don't it look like Zulu attire?
It's
right.
straight to Zulu attire, yes.
Look just like the Shaka Zulu movie.
Yep.
Who's that?
That's a black queen.
Yep.
Huh?
Some kind of way. She don't look like no normal person.
Now remember, they arriving in Greece.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was in Greece.
What
Okay.
the fuck? Excuse me, where is Cleopatra?
Greece, and it was black like that.
Hold up, slow down, man. Wait, slow down, because I don't think I got it. Go back. Hold up. So what do you wait? I gotta frame this right, because see, you moving too fast. Now what you saying is they arriving in Greece. You saying
this is Cleopatra.
Okay, slow down. These are the people that's coming from where? Are they coming from Egypt?
These are the Egyptians with her.
Okay, word. Wow, okay, that's what I want. I want you to frame it that way. So okay, so bam. So then when she pop out, she's gonna be a whole European.
She's gonna be a whole European. You see her click, right?
Yeah, I see him. Yeah, go ahead. Now we on point. Go ahead.
Go further.
This gonna be
we can go further. We can go deep. We can go. Let's go to Egypt.
Nah, go back when she pop up. Yo, that's devastating.
Man.
Yeah. Show me when she pop up after all this stuff. This right here. I gotta see this. This gonna be classic. I need to go watch this tonight.
Yeah, that's real.
It's like comedy to me. You know what I'm saying?
There go Mark Anthony. He hyped to see her. He like, where my queen? Where my girl at? This is them bringing her in. Because you know they let them, they would carry them in.
Yep.
Romans. Trumpets.
Hey, why he looking for her? Y'all remember the Sibylline priesthood of Rome was supposedly the West African Yoruba people? Like the sister Mami Wata in her series.
She go right there, so.
Okay. There she is,
yeah. That a bitch. Excuse me.
That's real. That's dope.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just,
that's dope. No,
what I mean by dope is that was dope, real dope. Like they really.
Yo, who is that little boy right there? Go back. That's Heru. Yo, no, he's supposed to be representing Heru right now, huh?
He's
the one next to. Yeah. No, that's little Caesar. That's little Caesar.
This same right here, bro.
That's little Caesar.
Look how they got the black people kneeling to him.
Man.
Oh no.
Yep.
Let's go when they go to Egypt. Let's see.
But they talking about why y'all be doing this? Why y'all fighting why y'all trying to correct this? I wonder if they thought that imagery was appropriate, what they just seen there.
It's because they don't know. That's why I say if you to speak how a lot of these cats are speaking, you would think like back in the
They
day
forgot all this.
Man,
Now I seen part of this, but I ain't seen the whole thing because you know
I
at the
never
time
remember this though.
I was
This
heavily
reminds
in
me
the
of the
streets,
Ethiopian
right?
scene.
So, but I know that 10 Commandments back and forth.
Yeah,
That
this
movie
reminds
right
me of
there.
that scene when the Ethiopians came up in the
Yeah,
Ten Commandments.
see, and then look at Nia. He
That's
like,
real.
yeah, we know that one backwards and forward. This one right here, look, this 1963. Boy, that's cold. So this indoctrination, this fight, it happens before we even get on the planet, y'all. You see
I was
that?
born in 70. Yep.
I'm 74.
Man.
So you was born in 70, Neil. So you born 1 year before me.
Okay.
I mean 1 year,
70.
1 year after me.
69. You came in.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was born in 69. You was born in 70.
Yep. December.
Yeah, I'm March. Yeah, that's crazy though, man. Like to
It
just
is.
sit up and just look at how they and see. So now watch this. Back when
Wait, hold up, James.
Yeah,
James, listen to this. Asar has something on the channel that I sent him. He could probably pull it up and let us see it. Remember the compass, Asar, where we seen how the old cartographers made the world right side up with Sudan being the top and North being Europe?
Yeah.
That's the one I wish you could pull that up and show, because he really goes and show you how those from heaven, which the word Zulu meant, those from heaven, that's why they was in the heights. And all the water came downhill from the south down to the north. And the north was considered the bottom. But when the European cartographers got a hold to it, after years, a map that they had made already, they turned it all the way the other way just to support white supremacy, like they're at the top of the world. But all these years, they always knew they was the bottom.
Correct. The cartographers were really
wow.
Yeah. Essentially responsible. What up, Tizo? See him connecting to his audio.
Yeah, he just popping in.
What's up, brother Tizo? So you'll see that the depiction has been like this for a long time.
Yeah.
Even like the long ships. For those of
Hold
you
up,
who
you
never...
showing something or something?
Am I?
Yeah.
No, not now. That's you on there, James.
No, he over there talking about the depiction of the long ship. I'm like, what's going on?
Oh yeah, you want me to pull up the long ships? Hold
no,
up.
I'm just saying. I thought you was like sharing something the way you was describing it. I was like,
yeah.
I just wanted to make sure we wasn't missing that.
No, yeah, I'll pull it up. Hold up the Long Ships movie. So you could, and this is for my Moorish brothers, because y'all don't even be knowing about this like that. For the Moorish brothers, the movie starts out, they be like, what's that? They be pointing at Egypt. They be like, that's civilization. And then the Vikings roll over there, right? So let me pull up Sydney. Make sure he's
Amy and Rock, man. Peace to the channel, man. Peace to the channel.
Yeah, peace.
Peace, man.
brother.
Yeah, it's Tizo here. Yeah,
Yeah,
man,
we
I
was
just...
saying what's up to you before your mic got right, y'all.
Yeah, my mic just got right. Yeah, I was up here. I moved into a condo. I just purchased a condo. I got, man. Well, I
What'd
tell
you
you
get?
what. 16th floor. It was $250. It's in Buckhead area, Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Yeah, right down from the mall, Lenox Mall. Right in
Nice.
Buckhead.
Nice.
Yeah, my mom lives here. I was just listening to you when you said Cleopatra and you was talking about that. I remember that crap that they had on back in the old days. And my mom said, "Turn that channel. That's not real."
Yeah, see, the Queen was already on it. Get it up off the TV.
Get it off on TV.
Hey, James. Me and Star I had sent him something else I was gonna tell you about. I was looking at the Armenian church and the Ethiopian church. As far as Christianity, they give Ethiopia 330. But then I was showing Star where I found something where the three kings that visited Christ. We're gonna deal with the real life, but just in the time zone, it was the Aksumite king Bazam, which was called Belteshazzar. So actually, Ethiopia knew Christianity in 8 BC.
Well, and I saw that same thing where they had.
You saw that?
Yeah, yeah. And they actually had Egyptian king, like a pharaoh. It was some crazy. I saw an episode in Russian because, like I said, I was in the military. I think me and James was
Oh yeah.
talking. I saw what you were saying, James. It's trading. That's Bitcoin, bro. They the bricks is in Bitcoin. You can't really get it in any kind of. Well, it's $16 to get one brick. I know that for a fact. So you can pull it up. It's on there now. I'm looking at it. It dropped because it was higher than that, but it's dropping. So that's because they haven't got everything straightened out yet. That's why, like you said earlier.
Yeah, they haven't
But
got
the
a
Russians,
central bank set up yet.
yeah, right. But see, I don't think they're going to do that because, like I said, I told y'all a while back that we get in a conflict with them because I got people in the military telling me stuff, and there's some crazy stuff going on right now around the world, man. And that's why it's a lot of volatility going on right now. And this Black Egypt thing is serious, man. And I keep telling everybody
Wow.
that if people are not listening, the Arabs are fighting so hard because their point is that if we give you guys that, we're no different than the white people who took the late Native American lands. So that's how they're looking at it. That's what people not figuring that part out yet. Like
Right.
I'm telling you, that's why when Unc them did what they did. I was like, wait a minute, dog, y'all coming straight left, y'all coming straight from the right. Like y'all
Wow.
really just throwing everybody a curveball because they were so Black African power and all this and that. And they threw the atheist thing in there because I'm an atheist. And they caught me with that. And then I started listening to him. I said, this dude don't know no science. I'm like, this dude, this is not how science works. A social construct can be anything. A social construct can be a tree. That's just the name you gave it.
Exactly.
It's weird. It's weird. They're playing on nuances that don't make any sense. It's like some of these arguments, like the James Henry Clarke, when you guys said that, because John Henry Clarke, my brother, when he graduated from Clarke University, that was his speaker. That was the speaker. That's when John Henry Clarke was still alive. My brother graduated in '92. I think John Henry Clarke just died in '99? I can't remember what year he died. But I know
89.
he was. So that wasn't John. That was it William Chancellor? I don't know who it was that was
Probably
speaking, but he was blind. He was blind. I know he was blind at
Was
the
that Dr.
person.
John Jackson?
Oh, it could have been, but he was dark. Let me check because I got to know who died at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that movie right there. That movie you got up there.
Yeah, that's the long
Sidney
ship.
Poitier. Sidney Poitier, yeah.
Yeah,
The long ship.
yeah.
So this is the Moors. This is
Right.
he's the
Yep.
leader of the Moors.
Yes.
And he
Yep.
running Egypt at this time. And he got his shorty. Portier is doing the thing.
Sorry. Do you remember the movie about Alexander? The movie they made about him when he his conquest. Did you ever see that? When they had the Persian queen as the black
Yeah.
girl. What's her name? They had the Persian queen. She was black. They had a Persian, the queen that he took as his wife, because he was gay, but he had to take a wife because he had to have a seed. That's how the combat went. You still have to have
Yeah,
a seed.
I remember her, yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay.
She played in a lot of movies. She played in something like one of them jungle movies with The Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, let's take
And did
the
you
messenger.
anybody y'all keeping up with the Hannibal?
Oh, Denzel?
Yeah.
Yeah, Denzel supposed to play Hannibal. I can't wait for that.
Yeah, so it's gonna be Hannibal, it's gonna be Hannibal the son, because they're doing the second Punic Wars, because it was two. His father
his
was
father
fighting
was
Greece and Rome. Yeah,
Hamilcar.
Hamilcar,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
Hannibal Barca, he was fighting the Roman, and it's gonna be deep because History Channels did documentaries on Hannibal being black, and that's why I'm trying to figure out where all this is coming from, because they have two documentaries about Hannibal being black, 300 BC.
I've seen it. Right. Good one.
Yeah, right. Yeah, good.
You had Vin Diesel was getting ready to play Hannibal, and he was going to do a cartoon series first, and then he was going to do the real movie because he was kind of trying to get back at that 300. He like, hold up, y'all. Y'all
He looked
tripping.
it like him. He looked it like the one in the 300 series of history, though.
You're right. He did because that brother was like. You're right.
And did you know Spain, Barcelona is named after Barca, the Barca family?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. I don't hear a lot of brothers speak about this. One of our ancestors, J.A. Rogers. I love some of his work.
J.A. Rogers is the most.
Oh yeah, it was.
Hold on.
And by the way, I saw it in James. It was John Henry Clarke. He died in 1998, July 16, 1998.
Okay,
Yeah, it was John Henry Clarke came to my brother graduation in 92. Yeah. Okay.
So who was you saying to start about J.A. Rogers?
Yeah.
Rogers is the most.
Yeah, man, I read his books. He take you to intricate. Like I learned about Maurice, the Moorish saint in Germany, Saint Maurice,
Yeah.
the one that helped write some of Russia's language. What Alexander Pushkin?
They got a picture of him. You
Yeah,
seen the picture of him? Y'all ever
Pushkin.
seen the picture of him?
Not a
Yeah, they
Pushkin.
got a picture. Maurice. They got like a picture of
I
him in
seen
a
the one
night
of
suit.
Maurice. Yeah, he got a night
You
suit on.
you
I
seen the one with the
Maurice.
night suit on? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the one I saw. Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah.
I never seen Pushkin.
Yeah.
I heard he helped make the alphabet or something with Russian and Prussian language.
He did.
Wow.
They still
And then I
worship the
heard the
Black
boy.
Madonna over there.
Yeah, I heard
Vladimir
the boy
Putin,
named
they got a. Go ahead.
Bey. I heard his name was Tovin Bey, not Beethoven, but they changed it backwards, like the Bey, the Moorish Beys.
Oh, okay. And that was he? But I thought he was biracial though. I thought
He could
Beethoven
have
was
been.
biracial.
My point is that J.A. Rogers pulled a lot of stuff out of here. He got a lot of good read.
Boy, yeah, I gotta check this out, man. Did they mention him on the 95 Walk? Because I know y'all was talking about, because that's the first thing I seen from John Henry Clarke. And this girl, she was one of his students. She was the one talking about the Persian army, the immortals. I think they were all black, and she actually was an archaeologist studying with John Henry Clarke. And because man, it was a DVD, man. I mean, it was a VCR tape. That's how old it was.
Wow.
So, can't find it, man. My brother had a collection, but his collection got burnt up in our house fire. So he had a collection of all that stuff with John Henry Clarke, Diop, William Chancellor.
Hey, you know who he got on the? Hey, brother, you know who Asar got on the board right now? That's from the movie The Prophet, Asar, The Message.
Yup. This is
movie.
King the Jester.
Bilal and them. Yeah, okay.
No,
and
but that's supposed to be Bilal in the back, right?
That's the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia right there.
Yeah.
So Bilal's in the black. Bilal's in the black, right? He's in the back.
No, Bilal is in Arabia. He's not even on the screen.
Yeah,
right
he's not even there
he's
yet.
Not on the screen. Okay.
Because I know, but these are the Coptic kings of that time. So the Coptic kings had their power. The Arabs and Muhammad was coming over there for mercy. They like, look, they're trying to kill us. And they like, well, we do business with them. So what's up? And
hey, but he saved him. He said the only difference between us
we're not saying he usurps Jesus. We just saying he's a messenger. Like y'all better.
Look.
Because right now you in our grasp and we'll kill you for saying it too. So he like, well, look, all we're saying is that there's one Ilah and that's Allah, and we don't have no problem. We recognize Jesus. And so he gave them refuge when the chorus were trying to kill him.
What did he tell him, Asar? What did he tell him about the line in the sand? He said he told them when they tried to come get him, only difference between they can stay. The only difference between us is like this line in the sand.
Yeah.
That's what he told him.
And that's King the Jesser. The Jesser was like, you ain't none of y'all got no power over here. Which one of y'all want to die first? They like, no, it's cool.
Yeah, they didn't go into it like that. Yeah, they didn't go into all what they would have said if they was in their own kingdom.
But it's a whole bunch of. He
said, you ain't got no power over here. It's like he said, you could die like they could die. Then he said, why shouldn't I kill you? He was telling us like that. But it was
did any? Oh, sorry. Have you ever seen the movie? Have you guys seen the movie James? Pan African James with them doing about Blau? The little cartoon they did about him.
Oh,
he was with Muhammad.
I own it. It's over there.
I'm gonna try to find it, man. And the next time I'm gonna put it on the chat with you guys. I'm gonna send it to you because I can't remember. I saw it on net. I saw it on. Was that Netflix? I seen it. They got him like dog. He's Ethiopian. Yeah.
He's a brother. He's Bilal not the
Adhan caller or the
no, they call him like something different. Like Bilal I should just go pick up the movie right over there sitting in that other room. Hold up, let me pull it up real quick.
Okay.
I might have saw it.
I know I've seen the cartoon Kirikou.
Yes,
That was for
Kirikou
remember.
is my but he's tiny.
See that one?
Yeah, a new breed. That's what it. A new breed
Okay.
of hero allow.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I saw. Yeah, that's what I saw. Okay. Okay. I know I went tripping. Yeah, I know I went tripping. But back in the days, they did make a lot of movies in reference to Moors, Hannibal. Even in the first Gladiator, they had the black woman on the chariot as Hannibal, represent Hannibal. If you really pay
Wow.
attention to what they're saying, they
Okay.
always made reference to it, and a
I
lot of
thought,
a lot of
yeah.
scholars. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
And it's a lot of scholars are saying this is like wow they are just trying to change history. Like it doesn't make
Yep.
any sense
That's right. You're right.
because we're changing color of people for no reason. Talking about for social construct, trying to
Yeah.
be. They just came out with a study saying scientifically they can't prove race. Race is a look. It's lookership.
Yeah.
So,
Now
I mean,
you know
and you got
Now all of a sudden, all these years they wanted to play it one way though, but we're gonna leave
you're
that one
right.
alone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
They
now
just
what?
they,
You know
they
who I
playing
thought?
games, man.
That's it. I thought Wesley Snipes was finna be a powerhouse with Almond Ra product films. Oh, I thought he's finna come with some.
Me too, man. Because
Yeah.
I know he used to study because he
He the
always been
reason why
like that
Marvel
though.
popping. Yeah, Marvel wasn't popping until Wesley Snipes did them
Yep.
Blade
Right.
movies.
Right.
So
They talking about putting him back in Blade. They talking
Yeah,
about putting him back in
because
Blade.
What about the Marvel? Is that Marvel or is that the other one where they got the X-Men? Who's on X-Men? Who's X-Men on?
Marvel. They on
X-Men is
Marvel.
Okay,
Marvel.
so they broke down. I remember I was listening to either Billy Carson or somebody, and it kind of made sense where he was saying her name is Jean. They talking about genes and the X gene of the woman, and Xavier. Oh, it was, and he don't have no use of his lower. You know, that's why he's in a wheelchair. He's
Extremities.
more like a mother
Yeah.
figure. They was
Yeah.
breaking that down though.
Well, and like I said, X-Men was based off of Malcolm, and y'all made up. I mean, that was a great reference when you picked up on the Black Gorilla family, like, and they people don't understand. Stan Lee was really involved with that, that movie,
Yeah,
the whole Panther, the
yeah,
whole Malcolm. It's a whole lot of that, and even a lot of Egyptian mythology is in it. That's what people doesn't understand. Like,
yeah.
for example, it was something you guys said that I want to remind you guys of about Apocalypse. Because you remember Fox was the ones who got they had took over the X-Men. They had control of X-Men, but they just sold it back to, I guess, Marvel Studios has it. They have
Yeah.
control of the characters now. But the problem
Sony.
is, if you look at Apocalypse on the cartoon, he's black. But in the movie, they had him like an Arab, like
Yeah.
that was weird.
Well, even look at remember his first Frenzy, the girl. She was a sister, and she was his main acolyte. And
Oh,
she
okay,
would run with him. She got the braids. She's still an X-Men,
that's
but
right.
all of a sudden they started to make Apocalypse gray. And so when they
Right,
did his,
exactly.
you remember they did his series, right? When he was in
Mhm.
Egypt and all that. We was like, we got excited because they was drawing him kind of black. Then all of a sudden he had straight hair and all this, and I was like, oh, forget
Exactly.
it. Sort of messed it
Yeah.
all up.
Yeah, because I remember that first time I saw him as black, they had it with the glasses on. He was a scientist, and then he changed into the Apocalypse the Gray. I remember that episode, and I was like, "Oh yeah, me too." And I got excited just like you did. So I got really excited.
Hey,
I was
what's your name,
disappointed.
brother?
Yeah.
What's
Oh, my real name is Torizos,
I'm
and
I'm gonna say Mr. T. 'Cause
yeah, they call
I
me
ain't gonna be
Tizo.
able to
They
say
call me Tizo.
Tizo.
Yeah,
Okay,
James called me
Tizo. Yeah.
Tizo. Yeah.
Okay, so James Tizo and sorry, I'm about to get out of here, man. Peace to the family and power to the bill.
All right, them
Yeah.
a top, Rob.
Peace.
What's
All
up?
right,
Peace.
peace. Yeah, I'm probably finna close it down to hear him shortly
Okay.
myself. So I guess Smash finna come through here, and or either that I can just close everything down whenever y'all get
Okay.
done
Well, yeah,
saying y'all last little piece or whatever.
yeah, I just say this great bill, man. I'm really doing right now. I'm just collecting like drawings and sculptures of anything Egypt I can find that looks like that presented it right, and of other cultures also, of other African cultures also.
So
I'm
go
on that
here,
right.
right? Go right here.
Say it again.
Pull it up here. I'm gonna pull it up here for you so you can have it and so everybody else can have access to this. Y'all should have been had it because I've been pulling them up forever. When you go, hold on, let me see. Where's the Zoom? Share screen. So what y'all want to do is go here where you get the the actuals, right? So you can go in the Ramses joint. You can see how they look for real off the tomb. It look Thutmosis looked like a particular actor with a lip back in the day off of was it Fame? I can't remember which. He looked just like him. So when you go in the tombs and you see these joints, or you go into any of the let me go down some. So you even gonna get the European ones. You're gonna get Calhada and all them from the Nehesi Kings from the 25th. You're gonna get their faces for real, right? You're gonna get Jehudi drawn for real. Look, the Nehesi is using reddish brown. He's calling himself Kim, no. Amseti, Tanu, Amen, Kabesanuf, Jehudi is black in them joints. This is OsirisNet.net. Remember, the brother who calls the Nehesi nappy-headed, because you always hear him say, oh, he called him nappy-headed and blah, 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 blah. This is him. This is Akhenaten's dad. This is King Tut's grandpa. Here you go again.
It's hard to find that picture in the print. You have to make it. Yeah, I have to go to Walmart making pictures.
Yeah, this is the brother who said it. So you can see, just like any brother in the hood, if you disrespecting and we talking crazy, we like, get your nappy head, blah, 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 blah. We say that all the time. Look at his hair. Look at his hair. So don't get that confused. All we gotta do is just pull up his picture. You see, he get redder every month. As they keep touching these up, you get redder every month.
Yeah.
And so when you want to go into these, even if we go, let's go to just some of the common folk. Some of these stories that you hear us talking about in the TLA, these are the people. These are them. Nubia, Sudan, Al-Harish, Bekatel El-Amarna, Saqqara.
Man, this site been up for a very long time having the song, because I remember this from back in the day.
Yes. And
how long this site been up? Probably over 15 years.
Man, a long time too. And sometimes I still support him. I throw some money at him. Like, yo, do some. Just because sometimes they got the access to the goodies.
Right.
But I mean, there go the brother right there. I'm an MHAT. I'm sure you read his literature, right? You've read his literature.
I'm an MHAP and Baquet.
Yes. You seeing these cats in the cut. This is the son of Yah, Beni Yah. They call him Paheka Amen. This is what I showed for the Israelites. I was like, since y'all claim to be black, this is the only black one I found in ancient antiquity. The son of Yah. And you see, he took his Egyptian name instead of his other name because Paheka Amen, servant of Amen. He liked that better. There you go in his tomb. Chilling.
Got it. Hey, Asar and James, man, great show, man. I got to go. My mom. She called, man. I'm at the house right now.
All right, T, for show, family.
Yeah. All right, James, man.
All right, peace.
Got you. Peace.
All right, Asar. Well, I'm out of here, bro. So, any last words or whatever? And then, peace to everybody that stayed with us. My great show, and we'll see y'all in a couple of days, or we might not see y'all for a while because Smash gonna be out on a tour. So we'll see how this goes. But if not, the Archers will still be working in the background until you get back. So with that said, peace, Hotep, and see y'all soon.
Yeah.